Hey everybody, hey Kevin. Today is Monday. We're getting ready for the upcoming demo. I just wrote this all in the command right here. It'll either be next Friday or the one after that. Definitely not this one. How's the weekend? It was good. Oh man, I I forgot like half of it. I remember the other half. But yeah, it was good. Hey Puppet, how were your weekends? Let's start on tenants here. This and this. Music was good and restful. Yeah, something like that. Today's the 31st. Tenant review. All right. So sustainability. Yeah. This week went well. I don't know much to say about this. Bricklaying, same thing. This is going fine. We bounced back to game design, if I'm not mistaken, right? What is going on right now? There we go. Finish revamping quests. Apparently we didn't. Apparently that was the end of the week. So last week was just regular work stuff. I think this week and next will be the test of this. All right, I think I'm taking breaks when I need them. Should probably just stand more. I've been standing more. As I said last week, I definitely haven't been taking breaks. A retired Android. Yeah, this is it for now. I think I'm gonna leave it at that. I think there's nothing glaringly wrong right now. Let's see. I have a whole bunch of stuff from Friday and over the weekend. Yeah, these things. All right. We got to get to PR reviews and then just improve the game however we can. Yeah. Man, the more I think about how things are currently going, the more I think we should probably just have a way of rendering like any piece of the world and not have a predetermined chunk of it. Let me see. Windowed mode. So right now we have these plots of land here, right? These are carved out. And I want them to just look like just regular terrain. So we would need to dynamically draw in bushes, trees, little grass features, and whatever. And that way, whenever we're like, you know what, we need a building here, we can just create one there. We don't need to do anything special. And I wonder how hard that would be to do. Because it's certainly possible. And it's just making it look nice that makes it a little bit harder. But anyway, I'm not gonna think about that too much right now. Let's get to PRs. Okay, what's the oldest one here? No, wait. This is still proof of concept. So the oldest one is this one. And I think this is incredibly basic with what changed. I think it was one line. It was just changing a source into a different source. There is no commit since last review, is there? All right, that's fine. I'm pretty sure I looked at this already and just didn't merge it because I wanted to test it out. A weekend, my kid, 3-year-old girl, asked to play Skeleseller or rather watch me play. She enjoys it much, fighting with bats, going to the canyon. I noticed that one of the customers looks familiar. Did you put your avatar as one of the customers? First of all, that's adorable that your daughter wanted to see you play Skeleseller. Second, yes, that was Quickie Joe's idea. It's a nice little Easter egg for those who've seen the stream. I hope you had a good time. I feel a little bit bad because the current version, the one that you played, it's not like it's bad. It's just so much has changed since that it makes me wonder if I should just like take it offline or something. I'm not going to do that. But yeah, the new one's going to be a drastic change for the better, I hope. That was a wait a minute moment. What happened there? Oh, yeah, and actually I was thinking about how many other sort of rare customers should exist, and I thought maybe it should just be the one. Hey Krasner, happy week. Hope you're having a good one so far. Yeah, so this we can now move by just dragging this anywhere. Yeah, this feels a lot better. We still do change the cursor, which I think is probably good, but it might be confusing for people. Like, why is the cursor changing right now? And maybe they'll accidentally drag as they do that. But yeah, I think this will be nice for people. And if you want to put it at the top or the middle, you can. If we hadn't done this, I think we probably would have exposed something in the settings that people just wouldn't have found. Like if you're playing a game and 95% of the settings are correct to begin with, so the volume, the video settings, you're probably not going to go into settings and look through everything. I think it's when you have a problem that you look at things. So like people probably aren't going to find this setting. And that's with just the ones we have now. When we expand this, people are probably going to find it even less. Hey, David. I did some testing of the earlier releases and she's seen me play that. She then asked from time to time, fight some bats and gather potions to sell. It's too cute. A move symbol. We probably could. I think this is good for now. Thanks for making the change. This looks good overall. I'm curious to see how many people comment on it in the new demo. Comment and squash and merge. Okay. So 2 more things. We have farming follow-up. I didn't know how to lay the pipes out. Look weird whatever I tried. Just don't think the pipes will fit at all. I went with just hiding the pipe under the ground so it's not going through the path. Then splitting them so they go to the well and pond. I think we should create 2... Wait, what? I think what we should instead create 2 extractors. This isn't the gameplay that we want, though. The point of having 1 extractor is that it feeds both things. Both farm and pond have separate layers of pipes. The pond will show the pipes after unlocking the farm. Also, should I make the farm pipe go literally into the well? Yeah, I actually wasn't sure about this. I think having... Like, what I guess what I was picturing in my head once Quickie Joe made the graphic is like we have the pipe going in here. We could have it come out and just kind of go into the... I don't know. It's somewhere. Yeah, I guess I haven't really thought about this. So I don't know the answer to this. We need to make a new sprite so that for that, so the water overlays a pipe. Because if I place the end at the top, it'll look weird that the pipe leads into the well and nothing ever comes out of it. Torn on this. Skip the collider on the slime because the workers kept dropping off items from the path outside to the north of the extractor. This shouldn't be a problem. I'll need to look at this. Where's the PR stuff? Farm stuff. Slime doesn't have a collider. Hey Museus, hey Viper, and hey Broken Crown. She loves feeding the green slime. Well, wait until she sees the new slime, which we might be adding in about half an hour. Also added a big chunk of the comment out because I placed a method in the wrong spot. I thought init was called before add child. Updated screenshot and comment below. This goes on. Could we make it so that 2 different pipes come out of the ground, one closer to the farm, one closer to the pond? Okay, let's take a look at this. The new slime? Yeah, I'll show you really fast. Because I took a look at this last night. This is the chef slime. I'm not sure if we'll end up changing this. I like how it looks in general, but I was thinking that the chef itself would be what's cooking everything. But instead here it has a pot and a fire. So yeah, we'll have to see. Let's see how that feels. So let's pull this, 862. Yeah, checkout 862. Because I like to check things out as just the feature itself. And then from there, we see what does the code look like. But yeah, this is going to look a lot better than what we had. Because right now we just threw everything in one spot. All right, so build farm. Okay, so we have a path going here. It doesn't exactly look like there's a path going here, but that's okay. We sometimes end some paths early. Oh, that should not happen. Yeah, that shouldn't happen. I'll go change some things to make this a little easier to test out. Where do we write this? The conversion of, oh, it's an extractor. So if I say base item value per seed is 200, then they'll just keep bringing potions there. Cool. Turn this on, grant a bunch of workers, grant some items, take a picture of this. Yeah, I'll just take the whole picture. We'll just put it in here. I'll just say workers can walk through I guess let me ignore that for now. I'll paste this here, but I can just fix this myself. And it should be really easy. So slime doesn't have a collider. Workers can take a path that doesn't exist. Yeah, so if we ignore that, when the items are over on the left side, I think they take, well, I guess that's kind of hard to tell. Oh, we could turn this off and then have them grab a bunch of items. They'll go to the shop, and then I turn this on there. Yeah. The lever is a little bit hard to see here too. And I don't know if that's going to be a problem. Hey, Sonic Gaming. Looks like you made some decent progress. Yeah, there's been a lot of work that's been done. I don't know when you were last here. Let me check. Beginning of February. When did we launch? Hang on, let me see something. Because I've actually been curious about this. When was the last like big demo thing that we did? See all updates. February 22nd. Okay, so it's been a month and 10 days without any updates. But these updates weren't major updates or anything. So now these are going to be major updates that are in the game. Where does the path to the pond go? As is, that's where the workers are walking down the path that would lead to the pond. Yeah, that's where this is eventually going. But the problem is it's not there now. So they're just stepping on top of trees and bushes. So yeah, once I make the pond, you'll probably see, yeah, a path gets put there. So the issue is we need to make sure this is not walkable until it actually exists. Because now everything should look pretty much fine, I guess. Yeah. And then this pipe should probably go into the water. The pipe to the pond should go into the water. I also wonder if we should change the aesthetics of the pipe a little bit. Like maybe it just comes out down here and goes to the side. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. Now let's try this out. I want to see how they path to the slime. They walk behind it. I think I want to swap where these two things are. Because I think they should put potions into the top of the extractor and they should put them into the bottom of the slime. I think we might want to try that. Is the pipe to the pond not also in the way of walking to the pond? There's no reason for workers to walk to the pond right now. So it might be in the way, but they'll never go down here because they have no actual destination down there. Maybe swap the extractor and the slime so that potions are put in the top of the extractor and in the bottom of the slime. Yeah. And then the extractor lever would be visible. The Y splitter needs to be above the surface, a minimum 18 inches, or it's not the code. That's true. All right, we'll raise it probably about 12 inches more. I think we should be good. Hey, Euclides. All right, so let's take a look at the code now. Should be mostly scene changes. Yeah, there's just a little bit in here, which is to get the pipes. And that's strange. That is strange. I don't think this is rebased on main. The code in the fishing pond shouldn't be necessary. The farm should always exist by the time the pond is created. Let me rebase this GPOM. Unstaged changes. What? Oh, yeah, the one I forgot. Okay. So now the fishing pond code should be unnecessary. Build pipes, pipes.visible. Should be that the pipes are visible as soon as we do this. So we delete this. We delete this. We delete this and this. Yeah. And then we go into fishing pond and just set the pipes to be visible. There. Okay. Now let's try building the fishing pond first, which is only possible on debug builds anyway, but it should look fine. Yeah. And if I save and load, yeah, it looks good. Okay, cool. And I guess let's try it the other way around too. So this only has the pipes for the farm, and then this only adds the ones for the fishing pond. Sounds good. Okay, cool. So always show pond pipes. Pipes for the pond. The pond can't be created without the farm existing. So the conditional visibility wasn't needed. Yeah. Okay, so that one's done. Next up, pipe to the pond should go in the water. Let's go change that. So there's this right here. Yeah. And we're just going to drag this down a little bit. I think we have a graphic where it goes into the water. Or maybe Kevin made that one. Oh, I think Kevin made it. Hmm. Okay, well, either way, this can look like it's going into the water. We can do this. Oops, I did not mean to click that one. Click that. Put this here. And then put that there. No, I think it should be a half height thing that we had. Yeah, it was just part of the old extractor. How do we find that? Yeah, you made it on the extractor graphic, but I thought it was taken from one of the existing ones. I don't think it was. All right, so it would have been here. Yeah. This. How do we view this? View file. Aha, got it. Save as temp extractor. Where did it go? Oh, I put it in temp. I said temp. Let's just put it in downloads. Okay, GIMP. Yeah, so this blue at the bottom, I think Kevin made. And I think we want like a half height pipe here. So we take this, we open up the farming tile set. Game, assets, world, farm. This one, I think. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, I don't think we have any empty spaces here. I guess we could use this one on the side. Let's take a look, though. How do you configure grid? Here we go. So 16 by 16. And then view grid. Perfect. Yeah, we can throw this right there. Yeah, I think that'll look good. What's the name of the chef slime? If there is no name, I'm proposing Wolfgang Muck. um, out of curiosity, is that a household name still, Wolfgang Puck? And I know I'm pronouncing it the American way. He is 75 years old. I do think it's funny. We have, so the recycler slime is pretty much what it's called. It's actually called the garbage slime. And we kind of want to do something similar, that the chef slime is called something sort of insulting. But I guess the insulting thing is its food quality. It makes you something that's called wisdom sludge. So I'm not sure it needs a special name. And I like the descriptive name garbage slime. So I wanted something along the lines of like, I don't know, imagine it's called like ruiner slime or something like that. Except for that doesn't imply that it's ruining cooking. It'd have to be something that implies it's a bad chef. There's cooked slime. Yeah, anyway, I'm not sure. But I think it's fine right now that it just says chef slime. I think it's okay. Okay, so we got this graphic. We need to make sure it's in exactly the right location. So if I copy this and align this at the... Oh, you can't do that. Oh, come on. I wanted to copy the blank pixels as well. I guess we can just figure out what the offset is. This is 416, and this is +5. So this is 448, and this is +6. So I think I'm off by 1 here. I think it needs to be like that. Can I paste this down here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it should be 5. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's try that. So let's overwrite. Baked slime. No, something that... What's a good example of this? I don't think I have a good example. I'm not sure. I am happy with Chef Slime, though. I think we can just keep that for now. All right, so pipes, we now have a new graphic here. We need to modify that in the tile set. There. And then we just plug this in. It doesn't align. I counted pixels. It's off by 1. Why doesn't that work? I don't get that. Here it's 416. Here is 421. So you just add 5. Here it's 448, and here it's 452. Wait, what? It's 452? Okay, I must have been pointing at the wrong thing. Fine. Yeah, I knew it looked off. Hang on, this isn't working. This, we cut and paste and move it. Yeah, good. So now it should look fine. Yeah, nice. Now it aligns. Hey, M2. Okay, I like that. I think we keep that. Let's take a look at it in the game. So I think we can just load. Yeah. Yeah, I like that a lot. Because now it looks like it's going into the water. Okay, make pond pipe go into the water. I resurrected the pipe graphic that Kevin made for the extractor. Yeah. Cool. All right, that one's done. Next up, maybe swap the two things and workers can take a path that doesn't exist. Yeah, so the workers taking a path, that should be pretty easy to fix. We go into the environment and there's some nav thing that must be missing there. This is off. Yeah, so these 3 tiles, when these are off, that's what's making it look like they can walk there. So we need to turn these 3 tiles on. Done, done, done. And then we need to turn them off at runtime. So we need to get the coordinates somehow. I'm pretty sure we turn these off somewhere else. I don't know where. I also don't know why. If I knew why, I could search for it. Is Skeleseller 1 scene? So, I mean, technically, there's a tree hierarchy in Godot. So technically, every single game ever is 1 scene because there's got to be a root node to your tree. But then you instantiate in tons of other scenes from there. So if you think about it, like your file system on Windows is everything one directory. Like, yeah, kind of, right? If you have one drive, it's like it's your C drive. But you wouldn't say you got one folder on Windows in the same way that you wouldn't say you have 1 scene in Godot. Although you could technically, I guess, store everything in your C drive, and you could technically store everything in 1 scene. But yeah. Turn them off for the pond. Yeah. That's what I want to do, but I don't know where we've done this before, and I'm nearly positive we've done it before, and I don't remember why. There's some reason. Maybe we don't have it anymore. But anyway, I'll just search for navigation. That should find something. In fact, if we search for it like this. Here it is, navigation layer. Ah, and here's the code. Fixed tile map. What is this? We want there to be invisible walls around the town, but we as developers need to be able to see those walls. Ah, I see. So we're never actually changing collision. We're just making them visible or invisible. Have you checked in the pond code that you turn them off when the path is present and when the pond is built? No. That's why we were seeing this bug in the first place. The reason why skeletons were walking on top of trees is because we never changed the colliders. And that's what we're trying to do, is make it so that we can change them. So what we want to do is we want to set them to the invisible wall tile. And we're setting them in cell atlas coordinates. Okay, so we just need to get what those 3 atlas coordinates are. It is 721 to 921. 721 to 921. Yeah, so now plug those back in. Whoops, not like that. Like that. Good. And then when we build the pond, we're going to erase those things. Yeah, I don't like the code I'm about to write for this, but let's go do it anyway and just make sure it works. So create pond. We're going to put this down here. And then this is, what's the source ID? Source ID is this. Yeah, I definitely don't like this, but we're still going to do it. And then cell should be a vector 2i. Yeah, so new vector 2i, 721, all the way up to 921. All right, bad code. We'll fix that up in a sec, but let's make sure it works. Oh, wait, we're turning this off. What am I doing? We're setting this to just nothing now. So what is in nav? Can we delete this cell? Delete or clear cell? Or maybe it's just set it to -1. If the parameter is null, then default value is new vector I, -1, -1. Ah, okay, so we just turn these off. Which means we don't even really need the source ID, do we? We might still need that. Nah, let's try it. Okay, so how do we test this? We build the farm, and now we try sending a bunch of workers to the extractor. And they should go around the left side always now. Yeah. And then they turn around because they don't have a path through here. But as soon as we build the fishing pond... Oh, drat. They don't have a need to go to the extractor anymore. Let's fix that. Okay, let's try that again. Turn this on, make a bunch of potions, make a bunch of workers. They should only go around the left. Yep. Then we build the fishing pond. And now they can walk wherever they want. Yeah, looks good. I like it. All right, great. So that worked. So we're going to go check that in. We just need to clean up the code. Yeah, so how do I want to do this? We have this navigation layer. This in itself should be a separate node altogether. Yeah, I don't want any of this code here. Well, I guess we still need to fetch it. Yeah, we still need to fetch it. But it should have its own script so that it knows how to do this at runtime, so that all of this code can be moved out of here. That sounds reasonable. Let's add a script to this. Attach script. We got to find a good path for this. Here's good. This is going to be nav layer. Create. Namespace, game source, towns. All right, I want all of this code in there. It's not going to be called fixed tile map either. It's going to be called make nav tiles invisible. In the Godot editor. Cool. And then this thing is its own tile map layer, so we can just delete all of this. Easy. Hey, Rami. I'm doing okay. I have a lot on my mind, I think, and my head's just kind of elsewhere. I'm being productive. I'm sure my mood will improve over the course of the day, but feeling a little off right now. All right, so this goes away. Fixed tile map is gone. So now the call to fixed tile map shouldn't be there. It should be on the navigation layer. And the navigation layer needs a new type. So we just need to make sure this was set in the right place. Yeah. So this is now a nav layer. This is a nav layer. And then this comment can even be removed. Where the navigation blocking wall replacement occurs. Separate tile map layer. Tile map layer with collidable tiles. I don't mind. I welcome you, Rami. All right, got rid of some code from town. This is not the full story, though. We also need to do... This isn't called fixed tile map anymore. I forgot what I called it. And obviously this isn't helping. There was something about visibility, though, right? Oh my god, what did I call it? Make nav tiles invisible. Oh, it's not showing... Oh, because I made it private. Well, well, well. Make nav tiles invisible. Cool. And then this should be that we want to set cells to be on or off, I guess. So public void. Do I want a generic function for this? Like, we want to call something here, I guess. For int x equals 7, x is less than or equal to 9, x plus plus. So we do something like this. Turn off collision. Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. All right, now we go make that function. Could also send a variable vargs. Yeah. Yeah, since this is the only caller, I think I'm just going to leave it like this. If we ever end up with lots of these sorts of calls, I certainly don't mind changing it. Okay, there, that's it. So why is this get source ID 1? This is the part I don't understand. This is, I guess, position. Yeah, let's delete that. And I guess we delete this too. So yeah, what is this? Source ID for source with index. I guess it's just whichever one of these things has the nav tiles. Is it this? I don't know what the source indexes even are. Where do those show up? Oh, there it is. Yeah, so these two are nav. So maybe it's source index 1 because it's in the second position. It might be that. But then how do we figure this out at runtime? Oh, there it is, ID 1. Oh, yeah, it's just the... Okay, fine. I'll just hard code that up here then. Private const int nav tile set source index equals 1. And I'll just write a comment here saying you can find this in the editor. But actually, you could find it more than the editor, right? Can't you just go to environment and find it there? Environment. What's it called? Ground sprites and details. Ground sprites. It's probably imported by... It's actually probably not imported by something. It's probably just that it's the tile set that we use. So I got to look at this thing. World.tres. Ground sprites. There it is. Yeah. So we search for this UID and we probably find the number 1 next to it. Or I meant the ID, not the UID. There's quite a lot of stuff here. I don't know if it's going to appear at the end. I want this and then a new line. There are 992 references to this. Well, that's not good. Because one of these somehow sets the ID of this thing, right? I don't know where it happens. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll just say how to do this through the editor. It's fine. So you click the sprite sheet, then look at the Atlas ID. Is there some other way to see this stuff? Find this in the editor by clicking the cref equals tile map layer that this script is on, then clicking tile set at the bottom, and then examining the Atlas ID for the sprite sheet that has the nav tiles in it. May also show up in the inspector if you click the tile set. It might be in here somewhere. Yeah, I'm not sure though. Anyway, this is 1. So now this is like that. Cool. Oh, it's not even a source index. Source ID takes in an Atlas ID. Wait, so if I move this up, and I don't want to save this, but if I move this up, oh, how do you move it up? Maybe you can't. This button? Sort sources? Let's sort and see what happens with this. Sort by, oh, they have IDs built in, so that's not going to do it. It might just be the order it was created in. Yeah, whatever. Okay, that's fine. Let's not save this, which might be a mistake. I don't remember. And then let's open it up again and make sure everything looks fine. Yeah, so this is walled off at the get-go. Maybe it's even helpful to have a secondary color for nav tiles. Like we have blue nav, which indicates that this thing is permanent, and we have like green nav, which indicates that it's something that can be walked through eventually. I think that would be nice to do. But I'm not super concerned about it, I guess. Oh, there's really no way to see the opening for this though, if we don't do something like that. Plus, how hard would it be? And we just put this in its own file. We have visible wall tile. We could just search for 2 different kinds of visible wall tiles. You know what? I am going to make this change. I think it'd be helpful for us in the future. So let's go figure out where that thing exists. Here. We can't right click it. Okay, fine. Ground sprites. We can certainly type in the name. Show in file manager. Open in GIMP. All right, now here's where I get to flex my creative muscles. I don't know if everyone's ready for this, but I am quite the talented artist. I've been practicing. I just first need to figure out how to change the grid around. Atom art time. Okay, so we select this, paste this over here, and then, and here's the kicker, we do one of these. Blam. Green nav. Maybe, I think green is probably fine. Yeah. Okay, so now we export that. And then in Godot, we pull it in as a tile. Click. We should just be able to click that. Why can't we click that? I even said click because we're not in tile set. There. Now we have it. And now we make those 3 be this tile. Yeah. Hey, Shoot Strikers. You should be impressed, by the way, Rami. That is very impressive what I just did. Takes a lot of know-how to do that. Your average computer user can't figure that sort of thing out. So visible wall tile, they're actually 2 now. So I guess what we're going to do is we're going to say a hash set of vector2i visible wall tiles is going to be new 023 and new 223. Yeah. It's clearly not my first rodeo. It's not. So I have all those medals on the wall behind me for previous rodeos. So if this contains the cell, then we change it. Oh, and then this should be changed too. Nav tile set source index. In fact, we should probably just save this off in ready. Yeah, we probably should save it off in ready. Private source ID. This is an int set to nothing by default. And then in ready, we set it to that. Good. Then we replace this and this. All right, I think this is much nicer. Let's try this out. So we're just going to test the exact same thing we tested before. We obviously shouldn't see any green tiles showing up that say nav on them. Something broke here, so I messed something up. What is it that broke? That's strange. It must say that it can't find a node or something. Unable to cast tile map layer to nav layer. What? Did I not save the... Oh. Oh, that's why there was a modification of the scene. Because I put a script on it and forgot to save it. Will there ever be a different source ID? Why not use the const directly? There probably won't be. But I feel like this is the technically correct way of doing things. That atlas index might change, but then the source ID can be fetched dynamically from it. But yeah, this is another one of those things that it's like, it kind of doesn't really matter even if I did it the wrong way or the best way. We're probably never touching this again. And it's going to have a negligible impact on performance. Okay, so we got to make a bunch of items and a bunch of workers and turn this on. They're not walking down here and we don't see any weird tiles. But then I build the fishing pond and they're still not walking there. I think this is broken then. So what's going on with this? We're calling navigation layer.turn off collision. Whoops. Oh, this should have been X. But even with that, we were still removing tile 721. And that probably should have been enough, unless that was stacked. Is it? No, there's only one. If there were two stacked on top of each other, then it wouldn't have actually helped. But they actually should have been able to walk through here. Maybe it wasn't the shortest path. Maybe because they had to go around this corner, it was actually one tile faster to go the other way. That's the only thing I could think of that would mean I don't have a different bug somewhere. So yeah, let's try this out. They're going around the left. Now we click this. Yeah, that must have been it. It must have just been slightly faster. Okay, I want to count this because that sounds a little bit crazy to me. Where is the extractor? It's right there. So it's like at this narrow area. That narrow area is right there. Okay, good. So it's right here pretty much where they're trying to drop it off. So going around to the right is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And around to the left is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is like 5.5, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, okay. I see. Yep, that's possible. All right. So this also cleaned up code in the town, which I'm happy about. I think that's nice. This should be set to not be visible, right? Yeah, let's put that back. So now in the editor, we won't see the nav tiles. Yeah. But when you do turn them on, there's a different color, which is pretty cool. This should not be checked in. Yeah, nice. Code deleted. Got rid of 17 lines from town. Pretty good. Okay. Yeah, the packed byte arrays are just impossible to understand through the diff editor. Hey, Mask. Welcome in. Okay, so what do we do here? We fix bug with pond path collision. There was no conditional collision on the path to the pond. So workers could step on top of bushes and trees to get to the extractor before the pond was built. I added conditional collision, i.e. collision that we turn off when you build the pond. But I also added another color of nav tile so that it's obvious in the editor that a particular section is conditional. Finally, I moved the nav layer code to its own file. So we got rid of 17 lines from town.cs. Cool. How do I make it to Harvard? This is like the, a musician is frantically trying to get to, darn it, what is it? Trying to find Carnegie Hall. It says, how do I get to Carnegie Hall? And people say, practice, practice, practice. That's where you're at right now. I don't think getting into Harvard should probably be a goal, though. I feel like just learning the materials should probably be the goal. Unless you want to rub elbows with Harvard people specifically, but yeah. Whatever it is you're trying to accomplish through that could probably be accomplished other ways. Except for the networking stuff, that probably is still exclusive. Okay, so commit this. By the way, please don't take my messages. Hey, Karada. Okay, so this we're done with now. Slime doesn't have a collider, and maybe swap the two things. So we should swap the two things, yeah. Hey, Muzo. One benefit of Ivy is networking and status. Yeah, I generally agree with that. I don't even think the benefit of college is there as much as it used to be. And I think my general advice, and I recognize that Mask is coming in with parental pressure here, but if there was no parental pressure, it's like, do you need structure to learn? If yes, and if you have the money, then yeah, sure, go to college. If no, try studying the material on your own. By the way, I'm assuming this is computer science. This doesn't hold true for medicine or law or something like that. You probably need the degrees there to actually get a certification. But for computer science, at least in the US, you don't need any specific education to be a programmer. So yeah, if you don't need the structure, you could save yourself a bunch of time and money. I'd say that probably the default person needs the structure. So this is like a, do you know yourself well enough? Yeah. Parental pressure is really the only reason I'm in college. Hopefully it's not a bad experience. I found myself I went to college. I got a bachelor's degree, and it was I was there for 4 years. And after 3 years, I was just like, I'm done with this. I don't want to do this anymore. I did the fourth year. I got my degree, but I remember feeling like, man, I'm just not in the right mindset for this. And at the time, I didn't know it. I didn't value that I really should just be focusing on the education part. I think I just wanted to like get to doing work at that point. Make me feel better about my low quality degree. Quality is in the eye of the beholder. And none of this stuff matters if whatever your goal was accomplished anyway in the end, right? If it took you 6 years, or if you went to a school that was bad or good, or didn't go to school. Like I said, I think it does matter in other professions. I'm pretty certain you need to go to school to be a doctor. Let me look this up. You need to go to school to be a doctor. I'm actually not certain about this. I was just assumed the answer was yes. And I can't find a quick answer about this online. You got to take the MCAT and then go to medical school. But do you have to? How do you? Oh, no. Not a bad experience. Wouldn't have gone in the first place without it. I've learned more from dev streams, self-practice, and YouTube than courses. Yeah, I've said this a lot. That okay, Mask, I'm gonna purge your messages. Sorry, I said the thing about no segmenting. I'm not sure if you saw that, but please do read this. I've only timed you out for 10 minutes, but try to combine your messages. Yeah, I've said this a lot in the past, but I think that there's no better time to get into something like game development now. Really, just development in general. It's like we're at the maximum number of resources that exist out there in terms of tutorials or educational content, including free courses from MIT and Harvard. You're at the cheapest cost to start this stuff. Like, not only is it free to download pretty much any programming environment you want, but computers are super cheap compared to what they used to be. You can get a reasonable laptop for like $100. That was just not possible 20 years ago. And what was the other thing? Oh yeah, you don't even necessarily need to buy a computer. You can go to the library or something. I was at the library yesterday doing some work, and I heard the librarian talking to, I didn't actually ever look over, so I didn't see the person, but talking to someone kind of loudly about like, okay, now pick a new password for your Costco account. Like, oh, do you want a question mark or an exclamation mark there? And I thought, how nice. Like, I don't know who this person is or what their background is or anything, but they were just helping out somebody else. And like, maybe that person doesn't own a computer, so they don't have experience with it. Like, yeah. By the way, I don't think that's new. I think you'd probably always go to a library and use a computer, but it's nice that it's a possibility at least. I think there are regulations. I don't think you can design a building or bridge, treat a person. Yeah, I think so too. I'm only like 80% sure that's the case. Yeah. Okay, so I want to swap these two things now. So where does this show up from? I think the farm, right? Oh no, they're put in different spots. Oh, drat. Okay. Yeah, I think I put nodes in here somewhere that say where they're supposed to be built. Chef's line position, extractor position. Yeah. I think I just want to swap these two things, which should be very, very easy to do. We just copy this and then fill that in with the other one, 64, 448, 64, 448, and then paste this here. Okay, let's try that. It should include Wowie. All right, Adam Wowie13531. They asked if they could help build their app. Man, I was overhearing some other part of this conversation, and I guess someone got logged out. And the librarian just kept saying, like, I don't know if your progress would have saved. Like, we have to wait and see once we log back in. All right, let's create this thing. There's a rock right there. What's that rock doing? We should probably delete the rock, right? That must have always been there, I guess. There's a rock in the path that we should probably remove. Did I save the extractor changes? No, I didn't. Remind me when I used to work at the library, I was like that all the time. Hey, Maple. Yeah, I go to the library to get a change of scenery when I'm doing certain tasks. And yesterday I was doing some organization work, just kind of to-do list management. And man, it's just so intense for what it is. I can maybe work for about an hour doing that. And I was like, oh, my brain, what's going on? Like that, I definitely need breaks for. And going to the library motivates me a little bit more to do it. And it's nice to just be around some people sometimes. What's the rock doing? I can't imagine how old people use things like Google Authenticator, like when you need to get a number from your phone to the computer. Oh yeah, I was talking about this the other day, just RSA keys in general. Like there is an amount of wiggle room you have for it, but still there's only so much. And what if you can't type 6 digits in that amount of time? You have like what, 20 seconds or something. There are probably people out there who don't have the dexterity or don't have the speed to do that. So how do they log into things? Yeah. I want this rock to be gone. Let's try this out. Oh, I gotta turn this on. What am I doing? Okay. So this might be working, but I think this is showing on top of the workers and it's kind of hard to tell. I need to try the crop stuff too. Is it? No, they're definitely showing under the slime now. They should show over the slime and they should show under the extractor. I want to turn this off and have them show up from the left side. Yeah, now we just need to take a picture. Yeah, they're showing up on top of that. Okay, they should be under it. Those apps repeat the code? I don't think they repeat the code unless you mean over the course of like a year or something like that. Because there are only so many numbers that they use. But they cycle to a new code. I guess what I'm getting at is for any given code you have, you only have some number of seconds to type it in. And what if you couldn't make it in that time? Yeah. But anyway, I don't know. I guess you'd get someone else to do it. You'd have to find some way, right? Like there's only so many options you have. All right, do you want the slime to show beneath that? Chef slime. Does this have Z index set to 5? I think I want this to be 4, and then I think I want the extractor to be 5. Is that how this even works? It doesn't even have a special Z index set. Well, let's set it to 1. See what happens. Oh, I always thought the wiggle room was like 5 seconds or something. I didn't realize you might be able to type a code from a minute ago. Then that's more forgiving. Okay, so we need a worker to be down here. You know what I want to do? I want to just force a worker to be on the mouse. Yeah. So let's get the first worker. Node 2D first worker. Converting null. Yeah, we don't, that's not null. Okay, so first worker position equals mouse position. I think we should be able to do this. They should always exist. Yeah, so now I have the worker on the mouse, but they're in the wrong position. I think we needed to use the global position. Because what I want to test is what happens when you put a worker on top of this thing. And I don't want to have to keep clicking a bunch of different places. No, it's still off for some reason. We need to get it based on the workers node position. Get local mouse position? Why is this not a thing you can do? Does it have to be a node 2D for that? It probably does. Isn't it a node 2D though? Town has it's gotta be, right? Yeah, it is. All right, so then it should have this function. I could have just cast it. Yeah, no, nice, it does. Okay, let's try that. All right, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. So now we can see how this thing looks. So the extractor needs to show up on top of workers. This is hilarious. And the workers should show up on top of the... So these should all just have the same Z index, right? And we just let Y sorting do its job. But it didn't look like that was happening. Does the garbage slime have a different Z index? Yeah, it's set to 5. But that's not walkable, so that one would make sense. This, I think, should be set to 0. But then I'm not sure what the extractor should be. And it's only when they walk over it in a particular way. Y sort enabled. We probably just need to turn this on and turn it on over here too. Yeah, there. Okay, let's try that. This is not working. And this is not working. I think they need to be in the same node for that to work. Huh. Yeah, I think it's only when they're in the same node. I mean, I guess we can just look at this and see. If true, this and child canvas item nodes with a higher Y position are rendered in front of nodes with a lower Y position. Well, maybe we don't have this on for workers. I guess it would need to be on for adventurers as well. Ordering Y sort on. Why is it changing the color? Oh, because now the shadow's rendering in the wrong spot. I don't want the shadow to have that. Or maybe I do, I don't even know. Huh. Wonder how we fix that. I guess we could just set this to a slightly higher Z index. This is going to be a problem. Yeah, it's going to be a problem. All right, I'm going to change this stuff, but I don't think this is going to work. I mean, you would need to do the same thing over here too. And this all inherits from some other scene, walking entity. Is that not what worker inherits from? It does. Yeah, we should probably change it there then. Oh boy. All right, so turn that on. Oh wait, we could set this to -1, can we? Yeah. That's probably what I should have done. Yes, and that is what is now done. We can turn this down. And we can set this thing on. Okay, let's try that. Huh. Something else is off about this. I'd say self-learning all this stuff would be a pretty big task. Stuff like ethical hacking is way easier. I don't think I have the brain capacity to do all this. I think it all depends on like these routes aren't mutually exclusive. You can self-learn and go to university, or you could self-learn for a while, realize it's not for you, and then go to university. I think honestly, in your situation, I think the more pressing issue is the parental pressure. Like that's harder to navigate. The rest of this is just, it's just technical information. If you feel like you have the ability to learn it at some point, then how you learn it doesn't matter so much. They're both mutually exclusive. That's just exclusive. All right, so let me read the rest of this because maybe I wasn't absorbing something here. With Y sorting enabled on a parent node but disabled on a child node, the child node is sorted but its children rendered together. Yeah, so I don't have this set on certain things in the town scene. So we would need to have both of these things have Y sort enabled. That and this. And then also wherever the buildings go. Buildings. Let's try that. That's right. It's just whatever. Get the degree, make them happy, then move on to do your own things. Yeah, I guess what I'm saying makes it harder to navigate is the pressure doesn't probably stop when you finish university. It just shifts to something else, like I don't know, having a family or getting a house or something like that. Never allow me to do self-learning because I gotta go to college. Well, it's not the end of the world too. I mean, even if it's something you don't necessarily want to do, it's like what Muzo's talking about. Muzo probably wouldn't have been in college right now. It's not like it's a bad experience though. You'll both probably learn a lot there. Climbing time? All right, have a good climb, Ramy. See ya. Make some Dwayne Johnson jokes there. I think people will appreciate them. I had some notes about this, I thought, and I don't know. Nodes are relative to each other only if they're on the same Z index. These should be, I don't know. This is set to 0. This is also set to Y sort enabled. I actually don't think we want to Y sort this at all. I think we only want the parent nodes to do that. But then I guess we need the entire town to do it. I'm not sure. Let's try that. Dwayne Johnson climbing. Yeah, there's some way to do this. I don't remember what it is. Buildings. The chef slime gets added to buildings, right? Even though technically it's not a building. Yeah, it does. And the extractor does too. So they are in different nodes. And I guess maybe that's the problem. I had something written about this a while ago, and I've just forgotten. Item display. Or maybe we search for what's it called? Y sort. I wrote some whole thing about this. I don't know where I wrote it though. Huh. Hey Juicebox, how's it going? Just not in the mood. Spend that many years of my life in school again. Like I already hate school. I want to be done with it. Did I go to college or do self-learning? I've got my whole journey there. I mean, if you're, I don't know. Let me say this. If you feel like you're done with school and you want to do something like computer science, your learning isn't done. So you've got to learn somehow. And however you learn might feel similar enough to school where I just don't know how it would work for you. It's like either you learn stuff or people teach you this stuff. But there's not really any other way of just like you obtain the knowledge through magic. Hey, Simon. I mean, there are alternatives. It's don't do the thing or get someone else to do the thing for you, but those aren't really options if you're talking about going to college. We have 3 close issues. It could be one of these. It's not. All right, I'm not I'm not sure if these need to be in the same node. We could try it, but that's going to have implications. Yeah. Maybe it's not a bad idea though. Let's see. Let's see what happens when we add workers to the buildings node. Workers node. And do we ever use this for anything else? Please tell me we don't. No, we don't. Okay, so this should be fine. Let's try this here then. We'll add them to the buildings node. And then when I get the local mouse position, let's get the, actually, let's just do first worker dot get parent. And then say that this is a node 2D because we know that it is. There. Attaching to a machine. If only. Okay, I'm misunderstanding something. This is now very clear to me. This worker should at some point show underneath this extractor, and they're not. I don't get it though. We have this set to YSort enabled. As long as they're on the same Z index, it should be fine. Something could be changing its Z index at runtime. But I don't see anything happening there. Yeah, I don't see anything unusual about any of this stuff. Huh. Hey, Nano. I went to school but dropped out due to not being able to focus on what professors were saying for long enough, and then I ended up learning too slowly. When you say "and then," are you talking about in school, or are you saying after you dropped out, you learned too slowly because you had dropped out? Why'd I quit working for Google? Yeah, there's a command that answers that. There are commands for practically everything. In school, now I have a job. I see. Yeah. This is what I was saying. At least for computer science, I don't think there's a one size fits all for learning. And I think some people, if you can do without the structure of college, that don't go to college. And some people will probably thrive in that environment. But then other people will probably just totally shut down and not spend their time productively, not learn anything, and be worse off than if they had gone to school. So yeah, I think for some people it's learn on your own. For some people it's go to school. For some people it's learn from YouTube tutorials or something. I don't think people generally know themselves well enough at college age to know which category they fit into. But that's a different problem. Did you go 0 to hero in Godot with Skeleseller? You seem really proficient. I started learning Godot back in 2020. I have some videos about that process. Let me see if I can find them. Maybe here. Where is it? Let's learn Godot engine. Yeah, this playlist. Back in 2020, I apparently made 8 videos on this. And we were making a shooter RPG. And we ended up making it. And it's there on itch now if you want to check it out. And actually, then I made a course about it too. How do I find this? What do I call it? Shooter RPG itch. I don't know. All right, let's just go to my itch and we'll find it through that. This. Yeah, this game. Yeah, unfortunately, it's really, really hard to play on a Colmac keyboard. But you could move. Oh my God, this is like impossible. It was like a Realm of the Mad God style shooter. And you had special abilities and stuff, and you could level up. And anyway, there's a whole set of videos on that stuff. If I watch a tutorial or something on video, I have to constantly pause and rewind to understand what they're saying. Is it due to knowledge absorption or is it due to language? Because I was going to say, depending on who's speaking, I sometimes have to slow videos down. And then depending on what you're learning and what you already know, you might have to slow down to take notes or something. So that's not unusual on either account there. Due to losing attention. Okay, yeah, that's a problem. Yeah. Yeah, that's That's kind of a modern blight, I feel. I'm making no progress on this, by the way. I don't know what else I need to do here. And I'm looking at the same, like, two things. I am adding this to the right node now, am I not? Buildings node, add child worker. Yeah. And we can examine the scene tree, so I can make sure that that's what's happening here. Let's try that out. You know, from the people I've talked to who have diagnosed ADHD, a lot of them end up coming up with coping mechanisms or medicating, I guess. And in either way, I feel like there's at least some path to improvement, if not success outright. But like things would get slightly better that way. Is there not a way to see what the path of this is? Oh, there it is. How do we copy this now? Copy value. That is a YouTube playlist. Apparently copy value does not do what I want it to do. Seriously? Huh, it just doesn't copy. How do I see this? There we go. Yeah, this is what I expect it to be. All right, I'll look at the documentation for this. Godot Y sort. Well, where is this? This is not the most recent version. Page not found. I think it's in canvas item. Yeah, here maybe? Yes, it is this. If true, this and child canvas item nodes with higher Y position are rendered in front of nodes with lower Y position. If false, are rendered in scene tree order. When it's enabled on a parent node but disabled on a child node, it's sorted but its children rendered together. Nodes sort relative to each other only if they're on the same Z index. Yeah, I don't see anything else that's wrong with this. All right, well, there is one other thing we can do. We can turn it off for the individual scenes because we technically never needed this on to begin with. But I don't think that would have an impact unless there are different Z indexes within the scene. But like walking entity, we can turn this off if I haven't already. Recycler doesn't matter. Extractor shouldn't matter. And everything else should be the same. Now let's try that out. Twitch is like a bug light for ADHD people. Oh my god. It probably is. Oh man. I wonder if that's true. What does segmentation mean? Oh, whoops. Weird. I just closed chat. Hang on a second. It should say in the message, right? Yeah, don't press enter multiple times for a message. It can be written or consumed as a single message. Yeah. So part of the reason I had said this, where was it? Oh, the message is deleted now, so never mind. Anyway, you typed a few messages in a row, and yeah, just try to consolidate them. It's my one weird chat rule. Completing the 20 game challenge you linked yesterday. Nice, yeah. Would you recommend Godot over Unity after using Godot for Skeleseller? The last time I seriously used Unity was so long ago that it's hard for me to honestly compare the two at this point. I last seriously used Unity in like 2015. So I'm positive it's gotten a lot of changes since then. And I just haven't really given it an honest shot. So I would recommend Godot, but to say that I'd recommend it over Unity is a little bit disingenuous just because it wouldn't be an honest comparison. It'd just be like, oh yeah, I use this and it's great. So sure, use it over Unity. All right, I'm stumped. I don't know what else we would need to do differently here. And I'm not sure why this is working the way that it is. Let's try this in just a basic scene over here. And that way we don't need to think about this stuff. Let's just instantiate in a worker and instantiate in the chef slime. And now put those like that. And then let's turn on Y sort enabled and we just move this around. Okay, this is working. You can see that the worker is showing up below or above the slime based on its Y position. So why is this not working in the game? Maybe they're underneath a node and I'm not putting it in what I think is the right spot. Yeah, even this is working fine, and presumably it's working fine over here too. Yes. What is going on then? They're all inside the buildings node. The buildings node has Y sort enabled. And then I just put in workers in the chef slime and stuff. Huh. There's something else going on here. Something else that's amiss. I don't know what that would be. Hey, 3D Extended. Well, Oakleus, I don't think this is necessarily true. I mean, in my stream, I like it to be true, but in other people's streams, they sometimes like the sort of casual nature, and I think that's fine. I assume you checked the effective z-index. I did look at it at least. I don't think I'm doing anything special here, but the z-index here is 0, and it's relative, so it's relative to the parent node, which is also 0, and the chef slimes is also set to 0. But that's the only thing that I guess could be different. But I don't know where we modify z-indexes. Oh, would you look at that? Right there. If the entity is facing up, we need to render its body spray above the item and potentially the hands. This should be 0 here. Why was that ever set to 1? This is almost certainly going to cause a problem. But yeah, it was this. And I even thought about this earlier, and I'm like, that's not happening. We never changed the z-index. Why would we do that? So now if I build the extractor, this is going to show up in the right spot. Yeah, nice. So now they can walk behind it, but if they're walking in front of it, they'll still look correct. Yeah. So now the question is, what are we going to break by setting that to 0? Like, for one, we're rendering them behind trees no matter what. We should use Y sorting for probably everything. Yeah, we probably should have. Now they're going to render below shops even. Okay, let's try a few different things here. I think if we put these back into the workers node, that it should still get sorted, I hope. Although this I'm less certain about. We might need the workers node itself to have Y sorting enabled. In which case, then I think it should be fine. I think that's how the feature should have to work, right? Okay, so this is still happening. That's probably bound to happen. But is it working over here now? Yes, good. Okay, great. So then we don't need to separate these into their own nodes. And then I just need to sort everything this way. And we have a good course on time complexity. Need to brush up. I suggest looking at the MIT and Harvard open course lectures that they have. Like MIT open course time complexity. I don't know for sure that this lecture is going to be good, but they at least exist. And I have watched some of the MIT lectures and I thought they were generally pretty high quality. So I suggest checking this out, but I can't vouch for this specific one. But I think you'd probably find it pretty hard to beat MIT. With, yeah. Then again, who knows? I don't know. Maybe there's some like YouTuber who did a good job. All right, so we don't need this. We do need everything else to be sorted now in the right way. I guess that means even shops and stuff. The shop scene is set to z-index of 0. So why does that render in the wrong way then? Huh. Yeah, they never render on top of this. That's strange. Maybe it's because it's a tile map? Base, roof, etc. Oh no, it's because the z-index is higher. Oh my god. Oh, I don't think any of this is good. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think any of this is good. Let's set this back down to 0 and see if that's any better. I am probably going to break a lot of stuff by doing this. Yeah. Holding off on this for a long time. Didn't want to deal with this because we were too deep in development. Z-index was just a band-aid. Can get Y-sort to work with tile maps versus nodes. It should be the exact same as whether they're tile maps or nodes. It should just be based on the Z-index. But yeah, we'll need to, let me see this stuff. If they were to walk up behind it, that would break it, right? If they were to walk through it, that would break it. But those nodes should have collidable. They should have collision set on them. This is not working, and now that's on top. Oh, I see what you're saying. Changing the Z-index. Oh. Yeah, we'll need to modify this. Yeah, this can't be correct. We just need to change the order of the item in this scene, I think. Yeah, there's a lot we would need to do with this. We also have one other reference to Z-index here. What is this? This is fine. But yeah, this probably shouldn't be here. How do we render items? Do we add them to the... We do add them to the entity here. We can potentially just Y sort the entire worker then, I think. Yeah, I wonder if we just deleted this. Do I do ethical hacking? Do you know a little bit about it? I don't do it. I've studied a little bit about hacking. I mean, ethical hacking is a subset of hacking. But I haven't done it to the point where I'd say I'm proficient at it. Okay, why is this still showing up this way? Am I wrong about how shops work with this? Z-index is 0. Z-index is 0 for all of those things. And that's all that should be needed? Huh. Oh, it is working. Okay, good. Yeah, so it does work with tile maps. It just has to do with what their position is. And shops are positioned. Oh man, that's why. Shops are positioned with this thing at this anchor. So we would need it to be at a different anchor point. Alternatively, yeah, we change the Z-index of this thing. I guess it makes sense that they'd never show on top of the roof. So we could set that to 1. And then I guess the sign could also be set to 1, but the base should have been 0 that whole time. So that might make it look a little better, but then we just need to change the positioning of this stuff. So they're going to show on top of this no matter what. But they should show on top when they're in front of it and then behind when they're behind it. But they'll never be behind it. So this should kind of just always work. Let's try this out. All right, so we go over to here. These things are working fine, right? Yep. And yep. Workers are rendering behind this still. And item displays is looking weird as well. That is bizarre. Yeah, that is bizarre. Oh, maybe they're in a different Z-index even in the town? No, it should show up in the buildings node. And I sort these things too, but I don't think that's necessary. I'm going to turn that off. We probably need to modify these too. Let me think about this. I'm still not sure why this is happening though. I've got to look at how we make shops. We make a shop and then we put it in the... Oh, there's a separate node? Okay. I did not see that. Here it is. And this needs to be a node 2D. Okay. Well, that's that problem. Change type, node 2D. Change... No, the ordering shouldn't matter. All right, that should fix it, I think. Hey, Matt. I guess I didn't just change this right now. Oh, I did. The buildings node does need to be sorted. That is not what I would have expected. And then we need to test against the shop. Man, this is not what I want to spend my time on today. I should probably just bail out of this. All right, that is looking better. So as long as they walk behind this like that, I think it'll look fine. So now we need the item displays to be the same way. And then when it comes to holding items, we need to change all of that stuff too. So item display is set to 0. It doesn't have Y sort on. And then where do item displays get added? To a shop, I guess. And then presumably this has a higher Z index. It doesn't. But we probably need to Y sort this stuff too. Why does that not work automatically? Oh, because item display gets created. And item display might have something different on it. It does? It doesn't? No, these are both 0. Let's turn this on, see what happens. Strange. The worker's only ever showing on top of it. And if I turn this off, it only ever shows behind it. No, it's still showing on top of it. This might be unrelated. Yeah, I want them to show behind it. What else am I missing? We need something to have a higher Z index. I just don't see it. And how does this get stored in this file with a hyphen? Underscore? Underscore. Okay. Yeah, we have a bunch of different Z indexes used. Walking entity, the shadow set to -1 still. I want to turn this off. You running recon? No, I'm not doing any of that. Yeah, what experience do I have? I think you're assuming quite a lot of things in this one message. So for one, when I say I've done some of this stuff, it was about 1 week of dedicated time on hacking in general. And I didn't make it very far. I didn't really want to continue with it too much. The easier and more income stuff is where I say you're kind of assuming some things. One, I think easier is in the eye of the beholder. I think if something clicks with you, it could be easier for you. If something is more interesting to you, it could be easier to get motivation on. And more income is not a goal for anyone I'm doing right now. So, yeah, I don't have a problem with ethical hacking as an idea. And probably there's some alternate universe where I ended up in that as a field. Although I think probably lower chance of me having enjoyed that over this. What could I be missing? Oh, I know what I could be missing. Did I never turn on sorting for this? Although I thought I did. Shops. Shops has it off, huh? Well. That might do it. Did that do it? Might need a restart, but I'd be surprised. I had this working at some point. All right, let's try this the same way I was doing this over here. Let's just instantiate in an item display or a shop or something. Although shop doesn't have an item display by default, we could just add one in. We can make this editable, and under item displays, instantiate in an item display. And then that will show up somewhere. There it is. And then we just move the worker next to it. Yeah, this is working how I would expect. So again, we must be changing the Z index somewhere. Hey Goose, how you doing? There's nothing explicit in the code that changes it. I guess we need to look through some of these. World objects. This is environment stuff. The worker itself has a hand spray. I don't care about that right now. Tavern, smoke particle shop. What is this stuff? The roof, that's all fine. Item bin, quest progress item. I don't care about that stuff. Environment, apple spawner. Yeah, none of the rest of this should matter. I can't think of what I'm doing wrong then. The only thing I could maybe think of, no, but it was working in this. I was going to say maybe I need to sort these. Oh, maybe it's the Y index of the wrong thing that's being compared. What if I move this way down here and then move the worker down there? Aha, that is breaking it. Okay. Okay. I see. So it was only working up here because I happen to position it where the Y coordinate of the actual shop is. So I think what I need to do is turn this on, and then we should be able to move this down. Man, I'm glad I tested that. That was like a shot in the dark. No, that still doesn't work. I'm not sure what would make this work then. Probably need to add it to a different node altogether. Hey, Cowboy, aren't the hands rendering how you'd want it to? They are for right now, but I'm changing a whole lot about Z-index, and they probably won't be in a little bit. I found it easier than all the stuff you're doing right now. How did you find it? Hard, easy? What made you not like it? So my motivations for doing things were kind of different at that time in my life. This was in 2020 that I looked into this stuff, and that's when I was officially running what the channel is called, Adam Learns. This was a program where I would go learn stuff in about like 1 to 2 weeks, something like that, and then turn around and teach it in a YouTube video. And I just wasn't really that interested. That's pretty much all it was. I also don't think you'd probably learn any reasonable amount of hacking stuff in 1 week. Like if I said, you know, zero about programming, go learn how to program in 1 week. Yeah, you could make some basic programs, but are you going to do anything interesting in 1 week? Probably not. And I don't think that matters like how smart you are at all. I just think it's just there's too much to programming to pack into 1 week of learning if you know nothing about it. I think it's kind of similar with hacking. I think, yeah, you could do some basic stuff, just like you can do basic stuff with programming, but you probably need to spend longer than a week. So probably need some interest in it. Verdal Z-index changed in the game and try moving to Y-sort. Not sure how much time it would take to retest everything. Yeah, but there's some oddities here. Like in this case, we have a shop and the item displays node is still at Z-index 0. But based on where we position the item displays, oh no, it's the node itself. This node is considered to be up here. Maybe we need to move this. Like I bet if we put the item display exactly on this point, then everything would work. No, it still doesn't actually. Because it's got to be based on where the shop's node is. How does that make sense? Because that's not what happens with anything else, right? No, even this isn't working. What if I just put this here? Yeah, now they show in front of or behind. Also, let's turn off these other things. These don't matter. And then we can get rid of some of this orange. It's annoying there. And oh, we should probably turn them off for everything else too. So yeah, how do we get this to work such that it's based on the node's Y index? Like if I move this down here, now this effect just stops. I'm not sure how to fix that. Maybe we turn Y sort off on this? No, that doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter no matter what here. So it's only one node deep. So I think the way we'd have to fix this is by adding the item displays to a different node altogether. But then they won't belong to this scene. Not sure what you do about that. Hey, lunchtime meetings. What's wrong with people who have meetings at 12? Cheap, have you ever tried pushing back on those? Because I think that some people are open to changes. And also some people don't have a an opportunity to change it, right? If you got 40 hours of meetings every week, then you just gotta schedule things during your lunch breaks. Sprites have Y origin, which dictates when the sprites are resorted. You draw them in tile set setup, but then you need to remake the shops to be one big tile. No, the shops looked like they were working fine. Like, we just need them to show walking in front of this, because this is never going to be a path, and underneath the roof. So that we can still use Z index for. I think that should be okay. I'm just not sure what to do about this problem here. Are they siblings? No, they're not. If I put this inside the same node, it would probably work just fine. But the problem is that like that scene hierarchy wouldn't make sense. But yeah, that seems to be the only real way we could address this. Let me think about this. So I put the item display such that it's a sibling of the worker, then everything works fine. If I... Yeah, the problem is that I don't know what this scene hierarchy would look like. The shop wouldn't own the item displays. Just eat at a restaurant and leave my mic on so they hear the music and noise. I'd love to reduce my amount of meetings even further. Can always quit, reduce it right to 0. There's not a concept of layers like in Unity. Not for Y sorting, I think. Yeah, like I'm not sure what the general solution for this sort of thing is. We should probably just do some searching on that. Godot Y sort across nodes. A root node. How do I position these so the Y sorting works correctly? Help with this. It doesn't want to read the angry guy who's really confused about Y sort. Here's the solution. The layers of Y index of the layer of tile map must be the same as the one of the player. Also make sure the origin for Y sorts are correct. Just enable all the Y sort property. Every tile has its Y sort set manually too. So the thing is, I'm not doing anything with a tile map right now. This is just the item display stuff. Maybe the only solution is changing the scene hierarchy. Need a scavenger on free range. Yeah, I like it. We might have to back out of a lot of the stuff that I've done here. Let me think about this. What would it mean for the item displays to be somewhere else? I guess it wouldn't really mean a whole lot. We would just have to have the shop end up owning that. So basically we move this out of here, which I'm not sure if we can even do that. No, you can't. But I guess you could just move this wherever you want it to be. And we can make a new node called item displays. Node 2D, item displays. Put this in here. Try sorting this. And then compare it against the worker. Yeah, so something like this would work. And we need the Y coordinate to be set correctly. This is where everything's going to start to get weird, though. Like, this would start modifying our shader as well. We have an outline shader, and it's based on only centered sprites. So we need to make them work with not centered sprites, which I'm guessing wouldn't be the hardest thing in the world. But it's like, this has such a ripple effect by doing any of this stuff. Workers never needed to bring things to the slime. Yeah. Because for those who don't know what's happening here, these little points that you see, this little like plus sign in the middle, When this is higher than the other plus sign, the skeleton will show behind it. When it's lower than it, it will show above it. So this gives you the effect of like, okay, it's walking in front of it now. And when it's over here, it's walking behind it. And you don't really need to do anything special. But then you need to make sure these points are exactly where they should be, because like right here, it looks like, well, this is just collidable. I guess that's not really a problem. Yeah, because they would never walk behind it like that. They would walk like that. What mask? That's not the point. You make a lot of assumptions, mask. It's online. I put it online. Okay, so I think the main question is there any other solution than changing the scene hierarchy? And so far I haven't found it. And if that is the only other solution, then okay, we'd find some way to work with this, I guess. And in this case, I guess item displays are not really a problem. It's more the items that are on them. Because that, we want to make sure that workers walk in front of or behind. Can we put an item on this thing? Item slot. Yeah, I think we can just slot it into there. Let's take a look at that. So editable children. Item slot. Let's go instantiate in an item. Okay, and then this has a z-index of 1. If it didn't, and if we didn't y-sort this thing, oh, it's all going to get treated as the same in terms of y-sorting. Okay, let's take a look at this. They show below it, and then they show above it when they're here. They don't, though. So they'll never show. They can never show on top of this thing because of the z-index difference. I wonder how we would want to solve this then. Pojo, thanks for the resub. Happy 1-year anniversary. Yeah. Yeah, we would need to increase the z-index here. I'll lower it here just to see that this is working the way I expect it to. I think it is. Yeah, the strange thing though is that this should be based on the item display's y-index, right? It is. And there's, yeah. So this is the problem I'll always run into. We can't always change the scene hierarchy. And while that could be a hacky solution, I don't think this is ever the right solution here. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. And it's because we're sorting this. If I turn this off, does it end up working? No. Okay, yeah. I don't think there's going to be a path through this then that's going to be easy. I want to write this down though so that I've got some context about this in the future. Hey, Smack. Every frame, check if he's behind anything, and if so, hide his hands. An item, easy peasy. What could go wrong? Yeah, I guess that's the other solution is pretty much just code our own Y sort. Where's that issue that we had here? Here. Okay. I could have sworn I'd written something about Y sorting elsewhere. Anyway, I just looked into it again. And the main problem that I have is with this scene hierarchy. You can create this in a blank scene to test things out. All right, and we can create this with just sprites if we want to. So I can just make a new scene here, 2D scene. We just call this the root. We make another node 2D that says something like item displays, and then we add in any graphic here. So what's any standalone graphic that we have? I just need something that looks like it's one thing and not animated. Yeah, any of these will work. Glove.png, sure. Okay, so there's a glove graphic. And I guess let's put in a hand graphic as well. Why does that not look like what I want? What is going on here? I'm dragging this one. Weird. I don't know why I took those. I guess it was selected still. All right, so this goes under here. And then we sort this. I guess we sort everything. And then based on this thing's position, it should either show on top of or beneath this. Ah, yes, but that's over there. So we need to reset the transform on this. And now it'll show on top of or beneath. Yes, so that works. But then the problem is when this thing moves off of its y-index that it has there. Now it's only going to be based on the y-index of the origin. Yeah. Okay, well, there's no easy way to show this off without an animation. But I'm still going to just take a picture of this. Let me see. I was joking. That's a horrible idea. No, I know you were, but I wonder how hard it would be to implement our own check for this. Because another way we could potentially do this is, yeah, I guess it would be Y sorting. I guess we change our Z index based on our Y position. It just feels like a mistake. I mean, that's basically what Y sorting is. Anyone know how to deal with PC shutting down on idle? I disabled fast startup, check power options, etc. Nothing has worked. Yeah, I don't know. I was sort of searching. I don't know how I could help you there. All right, so we have a picture of this. Let's go write this in here. Or wherever I had that issue open, which hopefully I haven't closed. All right, yeah, this scene hierarchy. So as you drag hand around. Oh, wait, we just need to write that this root has Y sort enabled. Root has Y sorting enabled. So as you drag hand around, it will properly show on top of or below whatever the other one's called, glove. But it does so based on the position of item displays. Yeah. What we want is for it to do so based on the position of what glove? Yeah. I don't know a way around this other than changing the scene hierarchy. And I don't really think that's an option here. E.g., in this case, what this represents is a shop with item displays. And we don't want the item displays node to be owned by something else entirely. Although it is possible. Okay, we got to back out of all this stuff that I did. Oh, man. I'm just not happy with this. I want to tinker around for a little bit longer with this, I guess. Oh, I should also write this note. Other notes. We dynamically change the worker's Z index between 1 and 4. So don't assume that it's always 0. How bad would it be if I changed the hierarchy around? We'll run into it. The shop has item displays. Item displays has an item. Item has a sprite on it. So we'll run in this problem pretty much no matter what. Yeah. What were these other resources that people were talking about over here? Because they linked to something. I don't know if I opened that. Oh, this is with tile maps, right? I don't have a problem with a tile map right now. Because each individual tile has this. Why sort across nodes? Nested nodes. Here it is. I need the animated sprite 2D in the player to be Y sorted in front and behind wall graphic 1. This is still a tile map based thing. Yeah, there's subnodes grouped in another node. Only works for children nodes that share the same parent. You have to redesign placement of player and targets if you want to use the default engine's Y sorting. Share the same parent. I thought it would share the same ancestor. Then yeah. Where does it mention that? Wait, how was I doing this within the buildings node then? No, yeah, this was working when I did this with the buildings and the worker. Right, like the whole point of this little exercise here was it shows up behind it here, so it could walk behind it, and then it shows up in front of it here. But these are in two different nodes. The hierarchy is we have the buildings node, and then we have the extractor, and then we have the workers node, and we have the worker. And all of that is under town pretty much. So it's something like that. And this was working fine. Oh, possibly because these nodes are located at the same origin. Oh, yeah, that might be it. So wait a second then. Can I do the same thing here? Can I add another node under this and not change its origin and then just move these two things and this should work? No. Maybe because now at this point we would need Y sort enabled on each of these nodes. I'm not actually positive that's the case though. Yes, apparently that is what happens. Okay, hold on. What have we just learned? Oh man. So I think it's sorting by its ancestry entirely. So if I move this and then try moving this around, no, this still works totally fine. Wait, then is that all I need to do? Is I just need to enable Y sorting on the parent of whatever the worker is? This just needs, no, this is already enabled. There's something else that's happening here, and I'm still not totally sure what it is. This maybe? I don't know. Yeah, let's put this inside of another node. And then put Y sort enabled on this. Put the worker inside of there. So they're showing on top of or behind this correctly. And then the item, is this just a Z-index problem? No. It's not. I'm not positive why that one's not working. I'm gonna just click a bunch of things until we figure this out. Is this item displays? Does this need... Is that it? Okay, okay, okay. That's it, I think. I think we just need Y sort enabled on more nodes. Yeah, I think I was wrong about my other conclusion there. Yeah, that's all that's needed. Okay, that's more doable. So I do have an answer to this question now. I'm glad I tested that for a little bit longer. But I'm still not totally sure what this means yet. So edit this. Okay, notes so far on what I discovered. Y sorting does work across nodes as long as the two things being sorted have the same Z index. If it doesn't look like it's working, then either one of the ancestors doesn't have Y sorting enabled, or the origin points of the nodes are not where you would expect. Are they top left aligned? Are they centered? Or you're using a tile map and didn't set up Y sorting on the tile map? Yeah, man. Oh, man. All right, so can we just fix all this stuff right now? Because, like, okay, we got it working with this. We got it working with this. We presumably could easily get it working with this part now. Can't wait for April Fools. Yeah, tomorrow's a big day. I'm not going to be streaming. That's not part of the joke or anything. The joke is, you'll see. I'll share it in Discord probably tomorrow. Should we just go through all scenes and take Y sort? I think we should make sure we're doing it where it's actually needed, because you can enable it on basically every single renderable thing, and that's not going to actually help us. So in this case, what I'm wondering is, what do we enable it for in the shop? Like, what mattered even in this little scene that we had here? I needed it on this. And why sort the item within the scene? Which is probably going to mess everything up. So we put this, I don't know, here. And then put this here. And then turn this off. Drat. We need the item slot to be considered lower, and then the item to be considered higher. No, that's still not going to work, though, because of how that operates. Oh, wait, then the item slot to be considered higher and the item to be considered lower? Still no. Maybe this is because we have this on. Yeah, but then the worker won't actually interact with this correctly. No, they will. Yeah, so it's just about making sure this is on the right node. Wow. Well, let's try to figure out what node it should be on. Yeah, it doesn't need to be on item slot. Doesn't need to be on item display. Does apparently need to be on the item displays node. Yeah, needs to be on that. So why is that? And does that make sense? Child canvas item nodes in the higher Y position are rendered in front of ones. So when it's enabled on a parent but disabled on the child is sorted, but its children rendered together on the same Y position. So in this case, it's enabled on the parent and we need it to be that way. Parent disabled on. Do we have it enabled on any of these other ones? Can I just like anchor this property? Favorite. Yeah, there. Okay, it's enabled on any of these. It's enabled on this one, item. I don't know why. I don't think that's necessary. I think it just needs to be... Yeah, I think it just needs to be on item displays at the top. But I'm still not totally sure why. And that's the only one that needs it. And it definitely needs it. Because if we don't have that, then this doesn't work. And if that one's on and this one's off, does this work? It probably would if we had edited this entire scene and then set Oh, wait, no, we just turned this on, right? No, that still doesn't work. It's got to be on the parent. Huh. Very interesting. Very interesting. So you've got to set it on what exactly? Basically, the parent of the thing with the items or the nodes that you care about Y sorting, but not the nodes themselves. So I should write that down. In general, you want Y sorting enabled on the container of all of your nodes to be Y sorted, not the nodes themselves. Okay, okay. Can we can we get all this working then? So unwinding up the stack a bit, we go to shop, we set it on item displays. I want to unfavor this now because I don't expect it to be there. And then just run the game and see what that does. And then that should make it so that these will render correctly, I hope. No, we also need it on something else. Oh, God. All right, let's close out of these other things that we have open. Shops has Y sorting enabled. Workers has Y sorting enabled. Then the shop itself should have been pretty similar to this. I guess what I did is I ended up just taking it. I just made a node called item displays. So I guess we need to delete this and get it working in here. So add in an item display, make this editable, add in an item, and then put this purposely much lower. And move this up here. And then try putting the worker in front of or behind. Yeah, so this isn't working. So something else needs this. I need to figure out what that something else is. It can't be this, right? Oh, wait. Items get a higher Z index, so that's not going to work. I need to change one of these things to be lower. Yeah. So now it's showing up in front of the item display correctly, but not the item. What's causing that? Because I turned this on? So the item slot would need this on as well, and then it'll work? Just trying to make sure I understand this. And I still don't. We're probably getting there. All right, so now it's working in terms of the item as well, but the item doesn't show on top of this, which I could have sworn we had working earlier. But I need to turn this off on something. God, this is difficult. I guess let's just keep clicking things until it's finally in the right order. That's in the right order now, but now the worker probably doesn't work with it. Yeah, it doesn't. Although I guess it's supposed to treat them all as the same order. So that actually probably is fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll try things out until we figure this out. All right, so what do we change? We set this on item displays, Y sort those, and Y sort the item slot as well. Item displays has it on. And then item slot needs it as well. Okay, now let's try that in the game. I think we need to restart this. No, I'm still doing something wrong here. What am I doing? What did I mess up? All right, let's favorite this again so I can see it everywhere. There's also pin, but pin doesn't make it expanded all the time, I think. Oh, it does, but it just says enabled there. Oh, that's not even what I want. What is this? This is the tile map layer that has enabled? Okay. I think it's pinning it for one single node. So now I want to find out where I just pinned that and unpin it. I don't even know where it is. Here it is. Okay, unpin and favorite instead. All right, what do we have? So the shop itself has Y-Sort enabled. And then the only other thing that does is item displays, item slot. So shop itself. Yeah, I never turned that on. Aha. Okay, now they're showing up above or behind this thing. Okay, good. One more thing done. That NPC is just floating there. That, I guess the NPCs, excuse me, for the shop are special in that they can just be modified by their Z index. But I don't even know where that person goes. They probably just get added into this scene. Is your site sharing a certificate across subdomains? I'm not sure how it's set up on that site. I only really expose 2 subdomains in terms of links that I share. And it's all set up via, what is that called? I think it's Let's Encrypt going through some like auto SSL thing online. It might get a different certificate across for different subdomains. But yeah, I don't remember. You should be able to see that for yourself, by the way. Acme? I don't know what Acme is. Or at least I don't remember. Oh, man. What was I going to do? Figure out where this NPC is going. Let's go figure that out. Shop NPC. Oh, we probably add it into specific scenes. Are there specific scenes for that? There aren't. So then we add this in dynamically. So somewhere when we create a shop, and I don't know where that happens. All right, let's start from here. Create shop, instantiate scene. Somewhere we create an NPC. Here it is, shopkeep.init. We add it just directly to this. Yeah, so a shopkeep is its own scene. Let's see what's in there. Shopkeep. You have a Z index? You have no Z index. Okay, so then this is a problem with the tile map. We would need to fix this one up. So let's see if we can figure that out. Let's put this worker here. And we want them to show behind these tiles. So I think we need to change this base. Yeah, we want to select. Oops. Want to select this. And I guess the one above it as well. In fact, probably only that one. And then can we have that selected in the tile map? Not easily. Oh, wait, is it selected? No, I don't think so. Well, whatever, it's that one. So we can click that, and then we can modify its something. I don't even know what. Maybe it's in tile map and not where I think it is. No, that doesn't make any sense. It's got to be in tile set. I only see texture, region size, separation, margins. Oh, here they are. Probability, rendering. Does this have a, yep, texture origin. Origin used for drawing. This can be used to visually offset the tile. Y-sort origin. Vertical offset to use for tile sorting based on its Y coordinate. This allows using layers if they're on different heights for top-down games. Only effective Y-sort enabled is true on the tile map layer the tile is placed on. All right, turn that on. And then change this. So I guess we want to lower this down to here. How do we even do this? Why can't I edit this? What? I see these points. Yeah, then they're probably using different certificates across the subdomains. There's no communication between those subdomains. I don't know what's going on here. Why can't I change this? I think you change this in the paint tab. Does it even show in any other tab? Like I can't click the paint tab. Tile set is in read-only mode. Oh my God. Oh, because of, okay, never mind. I see. make unique. There we go. That's why I couldn't change it. Yeah. All right, so now we can just move this where we want. Yep, cool. And there we go. Now it looks great. Wow, okay, so this shouldn't be too bad. We should be able to use this feature. And this might look weird when we're above. Actually, we should just be able to do that and it should be fine. Yeah, it'll look like we're going through the table, but there should never be a reason for that to happen. So as long as we just set that upper one correctly, everything should be fine. All right, so now we change that over here. We set base to be Y sort enabled. And then we change this tile set to have this set lower. Yeah, and then save, and then all the NPCs should look correct now. It didn't, but maybe you can't change that at runtime. It's always hard to know what you can change at runtime and what you can't. And I guess it wouldn't have changed the remote scene. Yeah, that worked. All right, if we build another shop here, that should look fine too. Nope. where did the rest of the shop go? Is there an NPC there? Yeah, there's an NPC there. We just can't see them. Oh, I think it broke. I see. No, it didn't break. What? Yeah, what? Did it break after making it unique? I made it unique in a different scene. I was just in my test scene. I don't think it... Yeah, I don't think it would have mattered here. I'm not sure what's doing that. Getting sorted behind stuff now? I don't know what it would get sorted behind, though. That's the thing. Like, if it's rendering here just fine, there's nothing special about this location. Like, this is also just the same stone tiles behind it. I guess we could... Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. Yeah, this is above the origin of the town. That's probably what's causing that. Oh, God. So this is getting sorted amongst anything else that has Y sort on, which I'm not sure what that would be. But yeah, that's what's going on. If we click remote over here and find the armor shop. What is this thing? This is an area 2D. Man, I'd love to be able to like right click this and see its parent, but you can't do that. So you need to find it inside the scene. And the scene is just large. It's not that hard. It's just annoying. All right, here it is. This should be the armor shop. So I bet if we were to move this to be at position 1, or whoops, not there. Sorry, position 1. Now it'll be moved in the world and everything. Strangely, that did nothing. Oh, because it's the wrong version of the game. There. Now we open up the right version. Yes, nice. All right, now we can see everything. Yeah, so this is getting sorted against the town itself. So something here has a Y sort on and shouldn't, I guess. None of that stuff. This has it on, the town itself. Yeah, I think we just turn that off. And then put this back to where it was. Whew. Whew. Oh my God. All right. Well, this is... I'm not sure still if I'm glad we're doing this or not. Now this is broken. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. What if I turn this back on? Does that fix the... Yeah, it fixes that. Okay. So then, yeah, we have a problem. Why does town even need this on? If we have it off, then we won't get this kind of sorting. But if we have it on, then we get this thing to break. What is essentially fighting for this? In front of nose of the lower Y position. I guess it's conflicting with the environment itself. Oh, maybe because... Oh, I think I might know what's causing this. Do we ever change the Z index of any of these things? Let's favorite that property too and just look through these. Yes, some of these things are higher up, but the ground isn't. That's at 0. So that shouldn't have any impact on this. Yeah, that shouldn't have any impact on this. I mean, we could just change the ground and see. If I set this to -1, then the shop should show up correctly. It's still not? What, that means that something else is rendering on top of this? Because it's a common ancestor between workers and buildings. So it needs to be on, so those two branches get sorted. Yeah. But hang on a second. My brain is elsewhere for right now. This would imply something else is still showing up on top of this. Let's just turn off all of these things. Let's turn off the entire environment. Yeah, now it's showing. Okay, so one of these nodes is breaking this, and I'm not sure which. And we'll just click these until we find out. Oh, wait, there it is. Wait, what? It's both of them? What? Oh, because this has a y coordinate of there. Okay, I see. Oh, somewhere near the warehouse. Yeah. I'm just trying to think what's the solution here. Because one solution could be to move where the origin is, which I don't think that's easy to do. Although maybe it's easy to do. No, I don't think we can just move this. Yeah, we'd be moving everything. Oh, there's a Y sort origin here. I see. So we could set this to some like super high or super low value. I'm not sure which. And that would fix it, presumably. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, let's try that. So let's set this to a really low number and this to a really low number. So maybe a very high number then. Let's try those. One of these should make it work. Or I'm misunderstanding what this does. It's added to each tile's Y sort origin value. Added to each. If I turn this back on and then there should be some number that allows this to look good. Oh, maybe this is one of those like you need to restart the game for this to work. All right, whatever. I'll try it then. We'll set it to a super high number. What if we move everything? There are multiple ways we can accomplish this. I'm not totally sure what the best way is yet. Okay, so that was a super high number. This is a super low number now. I'm expecting the shop should show up now because it's going to move the origin like way higher in the scene. It still doesn't. Yeah, that's strange to me. If I turn this layer off completely, we can see this. The origin isn't even that much higher too, so I don't know why this didn't work. Hey, who cares? Does the tile map layer need to have Y sort enabled? It shouldn't be that the tile map layer needs it, because this is what's getting sorted against. I'm not actually sure what needs this thing on or off. All right, well, let's turn these things back on. Let's fix this back to what it was and this back to what it was. All right, so this is what we had in the environment scene. But the shop scene now. Or I think I said shop, but I meant the town. Turning this on or off makes this work. But like I said, breaks the whole walking in front of item displays thing. buildings sorted, shops and workers are all sorted. But we need it to be on the parent. And if it's not on, then we break everything here. Like if I put this thing back in. Yeah, we break everything. So, yeah, the common ancestor does need it. And then we just got to figure out what to do about this stuff. I wonder if we should think about the TM layer as being a parent to many nodes, the tiles, and that value gets added to each tile. Well, so I guess the thing I don't understand is why do we need to turn both of these things off to see this? It would imply that we're rendering the stuff on top of the other one. Never mind. That all makes sense. The part that doesn't make sense to me is why can't we just change this Y sort origin property over here? I don't get why that wouldn't work. The environment doesn't have Y sort enabled in the town scene. It might. No, it's not enabled right now. Maybe that's why that was having no impact, but then why was this even getting... Oh, maybe that does make sense. God, this is all confusing. Yeah, we might need to enable this, and then we might need to set these things to be a super negative number, and then restart this stuff, I guess, or turn this back on immediately. Or maybe then set it to a super high number. I don't know. No, none of that makes it show up on the fly. Does the ground even need Y sorting? Not sure if you always render everything on top or if you have a specific use case for needing the ground Y sorted. Well, the ground doesn't need Y sorting, but the environment should probably have it in terms of trees and stuff. Like characters should walk behind trees when they're here, but then they should walk in front of them when they're there. I still want to figure this part out. And I think this combination of stuff makes the most sense. But I don't know if we need these to also be on. Oh, there we go. Okay, that got it to work. Yeah. So we would technically set this for everything. But then we can't actually get this to ever work with trees that way if we do it this way. Ah, God. This is so ridiculous. Okay, let's try a very basic example here. Let's make a new scene and let's add in a tile map layer. And over here, we'll add in quick load world. And then draw in a tree somewhere. Where are the trees? I saw a tree there, but I want the specific kind of tree. This one. Why can't I click this? Does it not think there are any tiles for this? Huh, weird. Yeah, didn't think there were any tiles. I don't know how that's possible. So we're going to paint in a tree. Done. Now we're going to instantiate a worker. We're going to set these things to Y sort enabled. And I guess as long as we have this, well, no, I don't care about where it's positioned. I want this thing to know what the Y sort would be. Because this is actually working. It shows up behind the tree when these 2 points are aligned correctly. So when this red one is above this gray one, but as soon as it's below it, it's going to show up on top. So that's working, but like I want to get this to show up behind even when it's here. And for that, I think we need to customize. No, we shouldn't need to customize the individual tiles. Yeah, we can change the Y sort origin of this thing, but it shouldn't really matter. What are these buttons? I don't know what that is doing. But if we set this all the way to the top of this node, do we need to set it even higher? There's no way to get this to ever render on top. I don't understand this. Try this on ground sprites. There's a one tile tree. Sure. Okay. Actually, we could just paste it there, I guess. As long as we delete whatever was there to begin with. Yeah, so how would we do this? Oh, these even had their Y sword origins set. But if I raise this up enough... Yeah, I guess that's what I don't understand. Why? It's... Oh, I need to turn on Y sword enable for... Oh my god, that's why. Okay. Yeah. So now what? We can move this thing. And we just need to set this thing correctly. So I want this to be pretty much 0, I guess. Maybe not 0, maybe like a little bit higher up. Like there-ish. It's tough to tell for a tree where this thing should be. But yeah, okay, so this is kind of working. I guess they're in front of the tree only when they're at the very bottom of it. So I guess we move this down. It's hard to nudge this. Yeah, like that maybe. And then move this around. So now they show up in front, but pretty much anywhere else they'd show up behind it. And they can't collide with the base of the tree anyway. And now we should be able to move that tree wherever we want. And it should still work. Yeah, it does. All right, so the layer itself needs to have sorting turned on. Development, I think Mask is just looking for some ethical hacking practice. Mask, you should stop asking about this stuff. I think whatever you find out on your own is fine. Feel free to poke around, but it's not important for the stream. And I don't have the answers other than what you're finding yourself anyway. Yeah, so we can get this to work for these trees, but then I want them to work for even this stuff. So we need to set this to be on the same... Whoa, what was the problem I was even seeing in the game? Just trees not working correctly? Yeah, because these are always rendering entirely on top. So we need to find out... Here's where we have most of the trees. We turn this on. We set the z-index down to 0. And then kind of just cross our fingers and hope that it works. Not quite, because I guess we're rendering underneath the bushes and stuff too. We need to set even all of those. I guess we set all these down to 0. And hope we don't mess anything up. Yeah, so all this like height 2 stuff is not actually height 2 anymore. And then we need Y sorting enabled for all of these things. I wonder what kind of a performance impact this is going to have. Because it might do the sorting once and then only when the tile map changes. All right, turn that off. Okay, what's this look like? Showing up beneath the fence. Where's the fence? Huh. I think this means we need Y sorting enabled on all of this stuff. I think let's just turn it on for all of them. Can we do that? Yeah. Does that fix this? Yeah. We just end up messing up some of these things over here where we know there's a base layer here. And that's where I set this to some like gigantic negative value. And we need to do that for everything that we always know is going to be beneath everything else. So like the brush that we see, where's that? This needs to also have that gigantic negative number. And that way, nope, that's going to break amongst themselves, right? Because now we need these numbers to be the same, like negative 5,000 for all of them. And now that'll work. Okay, great. So now we got on top of the ground and on top of the brush. God, this is like, I don't know. This is frustrating. Because ideally should have never set up z-index on this in the first place and should have worked with this from the get-go. And I definitely should have known more about this to begin with too. All right, so we're not showing up on top of the tree at any point. That should work and isn't. And we had that working over there. They're using the right tree graphics, right? If I click this. Yeah, it's using the correct tree. That's in ground sprites. It doesn't have the correct rendering thing there, but it's close enough to correct that we would see something happen here, and we're not. You can use addition and subtraction. Yeah. You can do any calculation there. Do you want to show up behind the rock? How big is that rock compared to the character? I know what you're talking about. There's this rock here. This isn't a question of should it show up behind or in front of, because the character will never be able to go over there. So it doesn't really matter in this case. Although probably it's just use normal sorting. Like maybe here it looks like it's behind, but I'm not concerned about that. It's only really stuff that's on the path. I have them snap to the mouse for right now though. But this tree problem is a problem. Like when they're walking just in front of a tree, they should look like they're in front of it. And I'm not sure what's going on with that. Oh, probably this. Oh my God, yeah, because world objects needs to be changed into a node 2D. Does that fix that? Not on its own, but I guess when we turn on Y sort, it should. We might need to restart this. But I think it's something like that going on. Yep, that was it. All right, okay, cool. So now we have them showing behind trees as necessary, in front of trees as necessary. Should be the same thing with the fence. Yeah, anytime you see something like this happen, where like here, they should be on top of it, but they're not. This we can change very easily by just going into the tile and changing its Y origin. And without having done that, that doesn't matter. It looks bad, but like that's easy to fix. So I'm not concerned about that. What I'm concerned about is going to be a real headache, which is all the item stuff and the workers' hands. We need to make sure that stuff looks good too. But in general, this is looking better than what we had. Portal is working pretty much the same way. They can go behind it or they can go in front of it. This is going to add a lot of very, what's the word? Like expected polish to the game. This is the kind of thing you wouldn't have expected there to ever be an issue with. So people aren't probably going to notice that it looks a lot better, but it should look a lot better. All right, so how about the item displays over here? These are not being sorted, but I think it's because I never modified the warehouse. The warehouse needs to look like how the shop does. In fact, let's close every other tab we have. All right, warehouse should look like the shop, and that we want to sort the same things. So the warehouse itself needs Y sort enabled, and then the item displays needs Y sort enabled. So we turn those things on and then try this again. Oh, the bridge is messed up. I think that character just walked over water. All right, we should probably write all this down. Need to fix z-index, which is actually Y sorting. Need to fix the individual tiles Y origins. Is you so that you look like you're in front of a fence when you're actually in front of it, and not when you're. Oh, yeah. Need to fix the bridges over water. Might be better to remake the whole environment. I mean, the environment is fine. It's just the Y sorting on it that needs to be changed. Um, to be honest, what I was thinking of is what if we got rid of environment entirely and generated it all through code? Because one of the problems we have right now is like, okay, we want to put a farm here and it's a certain size. So we have to like go make a custom thing. What if we just didn't have to do that? What if we just said, here's the farm, figure it out, like connect stuff as it should be? I think it'd make things so much easier from a code perspective. And like even this, I just noticed this right now. There's a flower showing on top of this. That flower shouldn't even probably be there. It was probably hidden before because of our different sorting, but like, yeah, we have too much to keep track of where things are. The scene should just know how to wipe things out and then reform them. But I think that's a massive change. All right, these are now working correctly. Good. Let's add some items there. They are not showing up on top of the items. And they should be in a case like this, but I don't think this is ever a problem. Yeah, I don't think it's ever a problem. Probably the item has a higher Z index right now. So that now workers are always going to show up behind items. Oh, hey. The worker just picked up an item while I'm holding them. That was something that's never been possible before. Okay, put the item down. There. Wow, this is actually kind of interesting. I can make them pick up an item as long as it's the item that they targeted. And I don't know which one they targeted, but it's one of the ones on the ground. So when I get them close enough, they pick it up. Why are you not picking one of these up? You should. Maybe you're targeting one of these. Oh, I was targeting this potion. And then I can drop it off by making it go to exactly the item that it was targeting. So now it wants that item. We give it to that. Pick up one of these. No, you can't. this is a fun little thing to do, but it has no purpose. Yes, good. All right, I should take a quick break, and then we need to get this working for other things here. Yeah, just keep getting Y sorting to work with everything. Yes, we do, Juicebox. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Died instantly and pathetically. All right, close the game. All right, how do we even figure out what we still need to do here? Signs. Do they show up in front of signs correctly? No. Signpost. Signpost has a z-index of 0, but where do signs show up? I think inside of a special node that up until now was not even a node 2D. Yeah. So this needs to have a different type. Change type to node 2D. And we need Y-sort enabled on this. And I think that's it. Now this should look good. It doesn't change the type of a node at runtime, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, now it should look good. Yeah, cool. Okay, so now when they're behind it, they're behind it. When they're in front of it, they're in front of it. So they can walk in front of a sign and then walk behind the sign. Look at this. So cool. All right. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else can they show up in front of or behind? The garbage slime, maybe? Yes, that is a big problem. Yeah. So let's go fix that. So this has a z-index of 5. It should have a z-index of 0. And that's it. That should just be all it takes. Yep. Cool. The lamppost. The lamppost. Okay, so some of these things are probably issues. The issue here is exactly where it crosses over. But otherwise, I think it's probably convincing as long as they stay on the path. Like here we're behind it, here we're in front of it. It might have been a different lamppost that you saw that on though. No, even here it looks mostly fine. I don't know if there's another one. Yeah, I think they're fine. Also, hey Toulouse. Just had some worker walking over it. Which one though? The gray one, the red one? Because if you're talking about the one I'm holding, that's on my mouse cursor. So this is making it move in ways it can't actually move in the game. Like a worker should never be able to be right here. So yes, this looks a little broken, but as long as it's far enough in front or behind, it'll look fine. Save me so much frustration. I didn't even notice. Yeah, I know. Oh man, wait until, okay, I have another short I'm going to make at some point. I guess I can just spoil it for you because, yeah, I don't need to make you wait for it. But I've seen a lot of people have documents open and they have their view set to either print layout or not the page list mode that I use. I don't actually know how you turn this off now. It's probably in page setup. Yeah, if you have pages turned on. So if I click OK here, I've seen a lot of people who have this on. So view, show print layout. And like, it just adds random page breaks in here. Random because typically you don't want that for your document, right? It's like how many documents you print nowadays and you actually care like, oh, this is going to be put on this page, but then the next bullet point's on another page. I don't like that. Like, so it just ends up with people presenting their screens and half of it is unused. It's just totally blank. So either click view and turn this off or go to the page setup and turn on page list mode. And then you don't even have page breaks at all. This is how documents I think are meant to be used. And I don't know why more people don't use this feature. Oh, customers. Let me see. I might not have modified customers correctly. They're showing behind over there. There's probably something weird going on with this. Actually, it does look pretty good. It might have just happened there, but I wasn't looking there. Let's just add in a million customers and see. How many pages of notes do you think you take a week? Well, like any normal person, probably at least 100. I'll say, yes, I know the bridge is messed up. Let's speed this up a bit and then try to see them going past a lamp post. Are they good over here? Yeah. Are they good over here? Yeah. Where did you see this, Toulouse? Oh, here. Okay, yes. Yes. I see. This should probably be moved or made collidable or something. Yeah, let me see if I can get a picture of that. Not there, I didn't. Yeah, here. Okay. Hey, wing out. Rock in the path, and we should probably move. Okay, so this thing is going to be a little bit harder to fix because it just shouldn't be collidable. Or sorry, it should be collidable. And we should be able to set that up, actually. If we just give this a nav tile. The thing is, the lamp itself should have collision. And we can even set that up. We just didn't. Where is this? Apparently not there. Is it in here? I don't even know what Atlas is in. Not there. Oh, I should probably turn that off. Nah, it doesn't matter now. There it is. Yeah, so here's the lamp. So what we could do is we could edit the tile set and change the collision on this thing. So select that. And then in physics, go set this. However, I don't think this is used for collision. So let's say we just turn this on. And we add in 4 points here. Can you just say to pick the whole thing? Reset to default tile shape. Oh, that works. How do you move these now? Delete points, edit points. There we go. Edit this up here. I'm going to make the entire thing collidable. I don't know if this is going to work, but oh God. Oh God. I'm messing things up. All right, there, good enough, whatever. Let's try that. So save that and restart this. Something kind of dark about putting these sprites in hard labor. No, there isn't. You just don't think about it. You turn off that part of your brain and then you devote more resources to Jump Royale next time. That a nav thing on the bottom tile. Oh, hey, it worked. Look at that. So now they're stuck. They're just going to walk in a lamppost forever. All right, so why is that happening? Because we blocked the path entirely? Because now it's going to take up all of this space and they don't have a way around. Yeah, okay. Then I think everything's fine. And I think all we need to do is just make it a little bit more reasonable, whatever the shape is. So we bump this down to here at the base of this. Oh, we can't click that point in the back because of the zoom control. Okay, and then we try our hardest to make this look like a square or a rectangle, I mean. Where are these extra points coming from? Is there a way to snap this to the corner? There isn't? Man, it make me draw this. Oh, that snapped. Why don't these snap? Huh. Well, that's good enough. I think modern day Sisyphus would be pushing a lamppost up a hill. All right, let's try this one out. Hey, Hef. Okay, so now we just got to wait for something to go over this. And here comes the rogue. Really running, very confident. That couldn't have been right. Could it have been? I guess it could have been. I guess we need to make this a little wider then. Or taller, I mean. Because the way that collision is set up on anything that walks is it's actually 1 pixel in the middle of that thing. So that tiny, tiny square is the collision aspect of this. So that means technically its entire body could walk where the lamppost is. We should probably put these both in a scene and just show the collision. Or I should probably just make this take up an entire tile height. Yeah, that's probably good enough. Oh, it extends beyond it now. Okay, let's try that. Shadow step. Perfect thing to use around a lamppost. All right, Rogue. Is this moving faster than normal? Nice. Okay, that looked good. That's convincing. That's not convincing. Why would you do this? Visible paths, visible collision shapes, visible navigation, I guess. I think we need to turn something else on for all of that to work, though. Because I think we have a debug color turned off, so they're going to try to render paths, but you won't be able to see them. Oh, that's not part of the, oh my God. Okay, no, never mind. This only coincidentally looked like it was working earlier, and I attribute this to blocking the whole path, but it wasn't. The problem is this isn't part of the navigation mesh. So the light blue that you see here is the navigation mesh. This very slightly darker blue that you see is just a random collision box. So we need this to be in the right layer. And unfortunately, we split things up in a way that this isn't the easiest thing to do, or at least not the easiest thing to do correctly. We have it in a node polygon source group. I think we can do the same thing here and just check this box. And now technically it's going to be part of the nav mesh. So I think if I were to rebuild this by clicking this button, that did work. Yes, that did work. So now we can make this a much smaller area. All right, we're making progress. This is just the most difficult day. It's not difficult in terms of what I'm actually doing. I feel like this is easy enough. I just wanted to make progress on other things. Like no one's going to care about this stuff. All right, there we go. So now workers should, the closest they can get is this, which I guess is still maybe a little too close. Yeah, maybe we bump that up a tiny bit. Even just to like there. I care. Thanks, distortion. Yeah, so you can see we cut out a tiny little chunk of this. And you can further see that I did not make these lines even. But now if we were to render a ton of customers on top of this, there, I made 1 million of those. And now we speed this up. And now we should see them flood over here. We should never see them look like they've moved in a place where they shouldn't be moving. Well, they're close to this. It's okay that they're close. But it does kind of look like they're stubbing their toes on the corner of that lamppost. And so we raise this slightly higher. There, it is perfect now. It's very realistic. Instantly and pathetically stubbing their toes. All right, so what else do we need to get this to work with? This is impossible to see anything now. Turn all these things off. Why is that not turning off? Oh, because you can't do it while it's running. Okay. I'm going to add another 1 million of these things. We're going to speed this up again. We're going to just look now that we don't have a bunch of collision boxes everywhere. Yeah, they clearly look like they're stepping behind it now. They're getting a little close, a little bit close to it, but I think it's okay. And we can always just extend that upward if we want to. All right, anything else that looks weird from what we're seeing here? Is anything on top of something it shouldn't be on top of, or behind something it shouldn't be behind? I don't see anything unusual. They'll never really walk near the portal, but adventurers will, and so will workers. So let's make a bunch of those. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I don't know what should happen here. Like, here's what's happening right now. So if they're here, they're behind the portal. It kind of makes the portal look like it's like a paper cutout. I think what I would expect is for the portal to have some collision so that they don't ever walk like right here, that they have to walk around it a little bit unless they're walking into it. I think we'll need to do that. Yeah. Probably need to change the portal to give it a tiny amount of collision. All right, well then, otherwise, I think that looks good. What about the slime? Are they walking behind it correctly? Yes. Are they walking in front of it? They can't get that close. But they can definitely get close enough behind it, and there it looks fine. The bulletin board thing is fine. They can't walk on that anyway. All right, what about the warehouse now? Let's build some item displays. Let's just build all of the item displays there. Yeah, nothing looks weird to me. mean, they're moving pretty fast. Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay, now what about with items? I think this killed performance. It feels like it's lagging. When's the next demo day? Probably in, what's today? Probably in like 11 days or 18 days. I'm not sure. It all depends. Oh, wait, no, there are errors. That's why. Oh, no, those are different errors. Those don't matter. That's, no, that's not, doesn't matter either. Where's the, how do you see the FPS? Here we go. Can you have this render on screen? No. All right, well, I'll just put this off screen then and I'll take a look at it. So it says it's 60. Now when I move this around, it's still pretty much at 60. Why does it look like it's stuttering a bit? I guess it is sometimes dipping to 59. I don't know if that's actually significant though. What's going on here? Yeah, I also have 200 customers, but it shouldn't be bad. Process is taking like 30 milliseconds. That's not good. I wonder why. I guess because of all the customer behaviors. Yeah. This is unrealistic. I know, but still, it used to be able to handle it fine, and I wonder if Y sorting changes at all. Oh, hey, look, we have a tree on top of that. Okay, well, that's a fake scenario. We should build the enchanter normally and see what happens. All right, we still get trees on top of that. That means that we're not wiping out the tree layers that we have. Oh, we're probably, oh man, probably doing something wrong. Oh, what's going on with that? The same thing probably happens with the town hall then, right? Yeah, it's happening with that too. I think it used to clear that area and now it's not. I got to figure out why. We have some like clear ground. Yeah, here. What's this doing wrong now? Clear in region, tree region to clear. Region of cleared opposition. I wonder if, no, never mind. I was gonna say this might have to do that whole Y rendering thing that I set to negative 5,000, but I don't think it does. World objects. It's just world objects. Oh, then that's probably what's going on. Yeah, I think we need to specifically clear out the tree tile map as well. Hey, TJ. I'm not sure how this ever worked, though. Because I didn't move where the trees are. They're in the same tile map. Why would... Maybe it means we never removed them in the first place, but then we would have seen this tree. This would have been very obvious to us. Something is missing. The map looks empty. What? It looks... Oh, I guess some z-index stuff is still messed up. Amongst the layers themselves. We gotta fix that. World objects used to be a tile map layer. Now it's a... Oh, I thought it was a node. And I turned it into a node 2D. You're saying it was a tile map layer and I turned it into a node 2D. World objects. Oh, it's got a space. Searching without a space. World objects. No, it was a node. Yeah, I turned it into a node 2D. That should be okay. Do we even search for nodes in here? No, this is all fine. Yeah, weird. I'll look at that in a sec, but I actually just realized, yeah, we have some other things we got to fix in the map. These things. Trees should be on top of this stuff. How would we get that to work? Let's just take a picture of this one. Trees should be on top of the grass. It should be... They'll have the same Y coordinate. Oh, no, they technically won't, I guess. I think we just need to put... Wait. This is only a problem on the higher layers, right? Yeah. Yeah. So that I think that has to do with how we set up the height layers. I think this is just a problem on the higher layers. Those layers shouldn't exist anymore. I can just copy paste everything into another layer, I think. As long as it doesn't copy the transparent nodes and overwrite any ones that existed already. In which case that would be annoying. But they probably should all be transparent anyway. Or not set, not transparent. Okay, going back to this. So we have some trees on this layer. Those are the ones that are in front of the enchanter, right? So if I just turn these off, then we should see those all go away. Yeah. So those are the ones that we should be deleting, and we're not. Trees, lamps, height. And what used to do this? Clear in region. And it was in world objects. Yeah, so this is not working apparently. Node of tilemap children, get all tilemap layers. It should just be this. Then set them to a new vector XY. Oh, oh, wow. When you're deleting it, you don't even need the source ID. We could have deleted that too in the other thing that I was writing, the nav layer one. Oh, yeah. So this is set it to unset. Yes. So something is incorrect here. Has to avoid layers that have the nav group. Oh, yeah, my bad. Yeah, you're right. I put this inside that nav group thing. And then I said, this is not how we should be doing things. And yet I did it anyway. Who's going to stop me? Why do we do that, though? It should just clear navigation, right? I guess the point is that we didn't want to clear nav tiles. But it's only specifically nav tiles we don't want to clear. So we could just... I guess now we have our navigation in multiple different things. All right, I see. I see. I wonder if we ever actually have an issue with this, though. Like, we cleared this space that was never walkable to begin with. We clear a bunch of this space. Maybe that was never walkable. I don't know. Basically, we just never want to touch the nav layer. So let's just do that. Let's just not touch any of the ones that are under there. In fact, actually, this is never a problem, is it? If we tell it to clear something under the nav region, it should just clear things there. I think we just get rid of this. I think the enchanter of vault can be an issue. I don't think there's going to be a problem because the node where we're clearing this stuff is never going to include nav unless we pass in the environment itself, which I guess we do right here. So if not, clear navigation continue. So we do want to clear navigation here, I guess. So just set this to true. Okay, let's try that. Yeah. Now we just need to get rid of the bushes. Where are the bushes? It's those. What are those in? Not that. That one. Ground layer scatter objects. Oh, I see. I see what I'm doing. If this is false, then we'll just never clear the rest of anything. So what we need to do is we need to make sure not to set this on a layer that has navigation. and we never intentionally pass that in as true anyway. So I think it's pretty safe to just assume we never want that behavior, at least for now. So this is get tile map layers. I guess we'll just check this here then. If tile map layer dot name equals navigation, then continue. Yeah. And then delete this and this and this. And try running that. The workers will never have a destination over there anyway. Should probably check out the collision shapes though. All right, that's working now. Probably the same thing with the vault. Yeah, that's working too. I guess let's go build everything. Is the tavern looking okay? That's weird. Is that a problem anywhere else? Did we have that issue over here? No. What about on the farm? The farm is also messed up. Oh, more than the farm is messed up. Well, I guess that's part of the farm. And the pathing. Okay, we got to fix those things. That should be easy. So tavern is broken. The farm is broken. Town hall's looking fine. Fishing pond is presumably broken, yeah. And even that part's broken on it. Okay, so tavern, fishing pond, farm. And that's it. Tavern, fishing pond, farm. Tavern plus fishing pond plus farm are all broken. In terms of layers, yeah, they may have Z index. They may have just a not sort by Y, whatever. I presumably changed something here, and I don't know what it was. Hey, Zay, how you doing? Let's go to the farm scene, and let's see what's going on here. Ground is set to a Z index of 0. Let's turn Y sorting on and try this out. So I want to save this, quit, and then load it over here. So we have the farm, and this is still broken. We might need to turn this on, and that'll probably break everything, but it'll probably fix the terrain. It did not fix the terrain. How fun. How fun. And once we have crops, we got to test that too. I don't know what that's going to do. The ground does not include the path. This is the path. Oh, we got to do what we did with, oh my God. Yeah, we got to do what we did with the other thing. We got to turn this on, and then we got to set its rendering to be like negative 5,000 and hope we don't mess anything up. It might look weird with the rest of the terrain now. Strangely, we're still drawing beneath it. I'm glad to hear it, Zay. Glad you're doing well. No, maybe the farm does need Y sorting on. Still no. What am I doing wrong? Oh, objects might need it. Just turn this on for everything until we find out what did it. There we go. Okay, now we have the same problem over here where we're not clearing the land out. Oh man, what an annoyance. What an annoyance. So did we need this on? We probably did. Yeah, we did. That's going to become frustrating. Because now the rocks aren't showing under this. Oh, because I didn't fix the ground. My bad. Negative 5,000. Problem solved. Okay, what else? Slots. We're probably going to need to modify those too. None of this is walkable. So none of that should be a problem. The decoration should probably appear beneath the bulletin board. And they're not, I think. Yeah. But the decoration in that case could just be deleted. It's only for the final level that this shows up. But yeah, we could just delete 2 of the flowers from there. I think I want to do that. but having them appear beneath the bulletin board would also be fine. Although I guess you do see, no, you don't see anything. What's best here? Yeah, let's just delete them for now. All right, so just right click this and this. Yeah. All right, fix that. Now, what about when there are actual crops here? You are not being sorted correctly. So that means that the plots themselves need sorting. Ah, perfect. Well, probably perfect. I don't know about the exact coordinates. With a caret, I think it looks okay. Oh no, the plot itself is now on top of this. How fun. Farm plot. Something makes the seed thing show up. Where is that? It's not the plot. It's a crop. Yeah. Does a crop have this built in? Tilled land. Yes, it does. Okay, so we need this whole thing to be sorted as well, and for the tilled land to be at -1. No, that wouldn't work. Oh, how would we do this? We could make it into a tile map layer and then set its Y origin to something impossibly high. I think what we need to do, okay. I'm not positive about this, but I think what we need to do is have Z index of 0 be all the ground stuff. Like nothing ever shows beneath this. And then a Z index of 1 be anything that can move. And we only Y sort this. But I don't know how that helps just yet. So you want this to show up. Want this to render beneath workers no matter what. And there's no way to do that now. Yeah, that's where I think we need to use the index or use a tile map layer and then trick it. I think all the places where I was kind of tricking it should have just been Z index 0. Yes, that is what this seems to indicate to me. Yeah. I mean, we could use -1, and that way 0 can just be the default, and we can only modify this for the stuff that's actually ground. So this would be -1. We turn off Y sorting. And then same thing here. -1, turn off Y sorting. And it should look the same in the game. It doesn't for some reason. Do we use -1 somewhere else? Is that why? Only for map fill, apparently. So that should be -2 now. Oh, I don't know why that's happening. Oh, there's a map fill background as well. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit hacky, I think. All right, so now to get this to not show up where it's showing up, we need that to also be considered -1. Which means it's going to show beneath the terrain. Oh, whoops, not that. Not that. I modified the wrong thing. I wanted to change this one. I think we just need to restart this. Now they don't show up at all. Yeah. So I was worried about. So we need to also change the ground of the farm to be -1. Turn off Y sorting. Go take a look at that. Now the plots should show up. Yeah. Now the workers go on top of them and they properly work with the crops. Yeah. Yeah. So this is what I think we need to do. Any ground stuff that there's no chance of you ever needing to be Y sorted. And it makes sense you wouldn't need to be Y sorted. It doesn't matter where you are on this. You're never going to show beneath the dirt. And if you do, it means that the dirt should be on a different layer. Like the trees. The trees you should show up behind or in front of. And we eventually need the items that you're holding to work with that as well. Held items are in the wrong layer. They can show in front of trees. Okay, well, now I think the farm is working correctly. Can you look like you're in the wrong spot? Oh, except for flowers. Poor little flowers. You can't step on the flowers though, can you? I don't think they're walkable. Oh, they have to be walkable because you have to step over these. In which case, how should they work? Because we can just Y sort this and then just see, do they look roughly okay? So here you're on top of it. Here you're behind it. And we can just pick where that overlap happens correctly. I want this to drop the carrot it's holding. All right, there. Yeah, so here they should just be on top of it. I think that would be convincing enough. Okay, let's go change that. So we need to modify the tile set for all the flowers. Where are the flowers? It'd be nice if there was a picker for this. I can't do that though. So I have like 500 sprites to look through for this. Split into 2 layers. I don't think we need to do that. I think it'll look convincing enough. Ah, here they are, I think. Is this one? I don't think there's any way of knowing that. You can use the eyedropper here, so I can pick the blue flower, but then it doesn't select it in the tile map. Oh, I see, but it at least tells us where it is. Okay, yeah, it's in scattering objects. Yes, good. Okay, we're in the right spot. So now we need this to be like lower, I think. We raise that a bit. So now only the white ones are going to look correct, the white flowers. Let's try that out. So now when we're there, no, that's backwards, right? No, it's not backwards. No, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, that number is good. 4. Let's set it to 4 for all of these. Good, good, and good. Okay, so now when they're walking through flowers, it should look okay. Wait, no, this is it's backwards. Or maybe the blue ones didn't save because I never actually moused away from the field. It might work now. No, I think it's backwards. Also, something's going on with this. I think there are 2 flowers there. Yeah, I think we need to lower that. 2 maybe. Okay. I just strongly dislike everything that's going on right now. This still looks weird. Like here, you should be walking in front of it and you're not. I think that means we need to raise these a lot. I think it did go in the wrong direction. It needs to be -4. I don't know what's going on. Maybe this was never set to Y sort to begin with. No, it definitely is. Maybe, no, that is too. Weird. Is it just not, is it not updating in real time? Yeah, that was a problem. Okay, now this looks like what I wanted originally. So when they're even a little bit in front of this, they'll look like this. Otherwise, they're behind it and they're like just barely behind it. It's not the best. If they were walking horizontally here, I think this wouldn't look like what you'd expect exactly, but I think it's okay. Yeah. All right, we still got to fix this sort of thing going on. We're not clearing whatever was there to begin with. Town scene. Oh, that means that the farm isn't set to clear this region because, yeah, we have some flowers there already. So the region of clear must be different from where we actually have graphics. Huh. Clear ground for building farm. Yeah, this probably just isn't correct. Because we need to clear the path out too. Man. I don't want to I don't want to be working on this stuff. It's just I already started and I want to finish enough of it. But little things like this, like there's a mushroom and a flower on the path. I'm just gonna leave that for now, probably. Mushroom and flower on the path that should be cleared. Yeah, what I'd love to do is we just have the farm and we say we need a path going to this and we need a path going to this. And we just say, make that path for us. And it figures everything out. And it'd be great if we had that. Because yeah, the amount of manual tile map tweaking we need to do is tedious right now. Anyway, that was the farm. I said the fishing pond was broken too. Yeah, it's this stuff. So we got to just make the same changes we made over here. This should be easy now that we figured it out. We set this to be Y sorted. We set the ground to be a -1. And that's pretty much it. The path to be a -1. We got to fix the bridge as well, if I haven't written that down. To town. Painting some clear tile and not automatically getting it from the... No. What I'm talking about is a different solution. Basically, let's say we want the fishing pond here. We just say, put the fishing pond there, and everything gets reformed around it. So like if this tree was one tile lower, it would get deleted, and we might put a new tree above it. So it'll just figure out like where do paths need to go? Where do trees need to go? Where should the bushes all line up? How do we get these things to look good? And I recognize that's a lot of work, but that would save us a lot of effort, and like we'd never end up with these random plots of land anymore. And we'd never need to manually modify the tile map again. And we could even dynamically generate the town every time if we wanted to. It does sound daunting. I think the tough part about it is there's a lot of like aesthetic creations we have here that aren't functional. So it's hard to figure out like what should they look like, what looks good. And there are ways we could kind of simplify it. We could do something like what a lot of action RPGs do, where they have sort of like puzzle pieces that get put into place. And they designed all the rooms ahead of time, so each room is actually coherent. And then the collection of them is different every time. But yeah, okay, so now we can render on top of this. But yeah, we're rendering a bunch of stuff over here too. We got to clear all of that. I guess any tile map where we're going to render something like this, we might say to clear everything underneath it, like this path tile map, and hope that it's aligned correctly. Oh, man. Yeah, I'll say same thing for the path to the fishing pond. All right, what was the last thing? The tavern? The tavern doesn't look good? Yeah. Well, I say last thing. There's actually still a lot of other things we need to do. So we enable sorting on this. We set this a layer lower. The building layer, I think, is okay. I think this can actually just be set to like a... I don't know, actually. Do we want this set to sorting? I'm not sure. How does that look? Yeah, they can never show in front of this unless I... No, wait, no, it is on. Do I need to restart this? Something's wrong with this. What is it? It's not showing on top of any of that? Huh. I wonder how this thing is set up. Building layer. Oh, this is off. Oh, what is this? This is unused. Oh, that shouldn't even exist. Yeah, we We have it turned off and we never show it. Okay, yeah, that should just be deleted. All right, so the actual thing is a graphic. Okay, that makes sense. The z-index is just set to 5. Done. All right. Yeah, so this is, I think, as good as we're going to get it. They don't actually walk over here. This should probably be 2 different sprites or should be made out of something else, but it doesn't matter. As long as when they move over here, it looks convincing enough. And we'll probably have to take a look at how that works. Yeah, like I think they should path around like that. I don't know. We'll see how that pans out. The treasure chest thing is maybe working okay. Let's see what it looks like when workers actually bring items to it. They're showing up behind it, right? Yeah. As long as that's the case, I think I'm fine. Although technically this is always being shown up behind it. Yeah, this should just be a 0, I think. And we just trust Y sorting for that. Yeah, that's good. So if they were to walk in front of it, it'd be okay. They never will walk in front of it. But yeah, if they did, it'd be fine. All right, great. So what remains? Like what million other things? The bridges, I guess. Let's go figure out the bridges. Oh, strangely enough, those look fine now. What makes them look fine? Is it because they were on a layer that I set to a z-index of -1? They might have been. They're here. This isn't -1. I didn't even do anything here. Oh, because the water is... I see. Yeah, the water we're showing on top of them now. Now it can never show on top of them. So I coincidentally fixed that, but I didn't really mean to. Does the fishing pond look okay with its water and everything? Yeah. That looks fine. The NPC's showing up fine. The fish are presumably fine. Let's add in more fish. I need them to try going under the dock. Can they still do that? They're never going to go over there. They're going to taunt me. Come on, one of you. Okay, good. Yeah, it still looks good. All right, that's fine. The pipes are looking weird. The pipes. I think this needs to go on top of the fence, but below some of this stuff. Was there a picture in the PR? No, it went under the fence and under this. So that one's probably fine, the farm one. Yeah, the farm one's fine. This one's not fine because it goes over a lamppost. There are the pipes. How do we do this? I mean, we could set it to -1. That probably didn't update. And I might not have saved, so it might not load a fishing pond now. No, it loaded the fishing pond. Still wrong for some reason. I don't understand that part of it. This has, oh, I set it to 1, not -1. Whoops. Yeah, thanks, Kevin. All right, is that what it should look like? Yes. Oh, except for this. This part's not what it should look like. That we can make a special graphic, I guess. Because yeah, it's supposed to be over the edge of the pond. Oh, this is accessed by unique name. It doesn't need to be. Revoke. There's actually no reason for this to even be... Okay, let's just delete that one thing. Did that work? Did I take that out of there? Can you do that? Whoa, you can. You can right click with the eyedropper. Oh no, that's, I don't know what I did. Oh, maybe I coincidentally had this thing selected. I don't know how to get back to what I just had. Would setting the Y origin of the pond tile work? Yeah, it would. We could set that to some super low number. It's kind of cheating. It's kind of going to be impossible for us to ever figure out what in the world we're doing. Let me click this. This is inside of Atlas, all the way at the bottom. It is that one. Negative 5,000. Wait, no. This is in the wrong Z index. This needs to have a Z index of -1, so it'll never show up correctly. So we can't just change this. Yeah. We need this to be in a different thing altogether. We could put it here, for example, and then delete it from pipes. And now that'll look fine, but that's kind of cheating, I guess. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay, sure. It's talking about the pond border tile. Oh, I see. It still wouldn't have mattered though, because it was part of the pipes thing, which is set to -1 Z index. In fact, I guess now that's our problem with setting it to -1, is now showing underneath this thing and shouldn't be. Oh, God. Shouldn't we just set these things to -1 as well? No, not that. Flat grass objects. Yeah, this should be -1 and no sorting. Nice. Okay. Now, what are those doing there? I thought I deleted those. There's a white flower showing. Oh, is that white flower in the town? It is. It's right next to a purple mushroom? No, it's up and right from there. Yes, it's that. That flower is still showing because we haven't cleared it. I'm just going to manually clear this then. Where even is the flower? It's not here. What? Am I just not oriented? Oh, I'm not oriented correctly. All right, flower, where are you? There. Goodbye. Okay, what remains? Need to fix the individual tile origin. Yeah, that still needs to be done. This is for later. Follow-up work. Because I'm not doing that. Not now, at least. I need to fix the bridges over water. We're done with that. Keep getting this to work. Hopefully done. Change the portal to give it a tiny amount of collision. I have not done that. Let's go do that. Portal. We add in a rigid body or a static body 2D. And then an area 2D. Or I meant a collision shape 2D. Collision shape 2D. And this needs to be... No, I don't think there's anything special with this. I think we can just draw the shape. So draw a... Let's just start with a rectangle and have it be maybe just that. I'm not sure what's going to look good here. So let's go try that out. And then make a bunch of workers and they'll probably get stuck. Do they path around this now? I think there's one that's stuck under there. Yeah, they're definitely getting stuck. Which means that the nav mesh doesn't know to work around this. The only way I could think that they would know is if I do this. No, there's a different problem then. It means that the nav mesh isn't even taking it into consideration. So we need this and this and this on. Hey, Grace, it's going okay. Today's been a little bit of a frustrating day. Yeah, this is broken. Okay, why though? We must have added signs to a specific node group. Signpost. No. A different layer then? I don't I don't see anything going on here that makes this work in a certain way. Also, we're trying to prep for demo stuff, and I am sidetracked by a bunch of ordering problems in the game. So like oh, the static bodies in a group. Oh, okay, got it. I'll show you really quickly what I mean here. So this lamppost, for example, when a worker walks behind it, do you see how it shows up behind it? But then if the worker walks in front of it, it shows up in front of it. That is Y sorting. So based on the Y coordinate, it'll eventually move from behind to in front of, right around here. That needs to be convincing for every single thing in the game. So when you walk behind a tree, for example, same thing. And when you walk in front of the tree, same thing. Hey, visionary. So we were using z-index to accomplish this, which essentially meant that to picture everything you have in like layers of the world. So if you put a sheet of paper down and then you put a red sheet of paper on top of it, you're going to see the red sheet of paper. It's like the red sheet of paper has a z-index of 1 and whatever paper was on bottom had a z-index of 0. The problem is you can't ever change that order. So now if you move the sheets of paper, they're always still going to be positioned on top of and beneath each other. Yeah, you know what z-index is, but I know other people might not, and I wanted to explain it. So yeah, Y sorting is basically doing that same thing, but based on the Y coordinate, so that sometimes it shows up in front and sometimes it shows up behind. So we need to put this thing in the right node group there. And then we rebake the navigation and it should work. It might not actually. Oh, nice, it worked. All right, so now they're going to path just clear of the portal, which means that they need to walk into it. They're going to get close and then just teleport into it. Seems to be working well. It doesn't work for the portal. It seems to be working well because of the last like 2.5 hours of work that I put into it. So basically none of this stuff was working well. And then it's starting to look better now. Nav mesh is built in Godot, yeah. So we need this thing to be smaller, but no matter what we pick, even if it's the smallest thing, it's still going to have a boundary around it of like 16 pixels. So maybe we just set this here in the center of the portal and then turn off these things. Or no, keep those on, I guess, and just launch it through this. It was tedious, but there were some learnings that came from this too. And I think if we'd had those learnings before, it would have gone better. All right, so all we want to look at here is the portal. Is this convincing movement, or do we ever see a skeleton move in kind of a weird way? They kind of clip the edges of the portal, which I guess can look a little bit strange. So I think we just want to expand that a little bit. Yeah, so just make this a tiny bit wider, maybe like that, and then see how that looks. Added a bunch of workers. This is better. They can still clip the edges a little bit. Yeah, so I think we need to expand it a little bit more. And then what happens when we want adventurers to actually go in there? So if we start a battle in the forest. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. So yeah, I think we just expand this outward. Maybe even a little bit more on the left than on the right. So maybe like that. Because on the right, it's not as jarring, I think. Let's see if this one looks good. Yeah, I think the amount of clipping now that's happening is not super jarring anymore. This is looking pretty good. And again, we're going to try this. We're going to send a bunch of adventurers into the portal. Oh, we can only have 4 now. I forgot. All right, so just watch them walk into the portal. As long as it looks convincing enough, that's fine. And now when they flee the battle, they leave the portal. They go up, though. I think they always have to go up now. I'm not sure about that. I guess let's give them some items and have them go to the farm. Yeah, I think this is good. Okay, not bad. Okay, cool. So the portal is fixed. Tree should be on top of the grass. We fixed that. Oh, wait, no, we didn't. That's on the higher layers, but that's something we're going to have to do later. On the higher layers, I should be clear about what I mean with that. I I mean things that are called like height 1, height 2, height 3. E.g. height 1, height 2. The order is messed up. The order's messed up, but actually, the more I think about it, the more I think we could just set Z indexes for those and not have them get sorted at all. Because workers never go over there. That's the whole point of them being a higher height. So I could probably just fix all these right now by doing this. We turn off this thing. No, that breaks something. Oh, because trees are in the wrong spot now? So we set this to -1 as well? And now everything should look fine? Well, I think so. Hey, bye, Bob. Yeah. I don't know if this is erroneous or if it always looked like this. I guess we could just load up an old checkpoint. Game out. Checkpoint 5. Yeah, this should be very easy to validate. New game. We just need to go look over there. Stop it. Stop controlling the camera. Okay. All right, so it's over here. Yeah. That looks the same. I don't think there's anything wrong there, right? Yeah. It always look like that. Okay. I don't think this is a problem, by the way. I just didn't want to regress at all. All right, so trees should be on top of grass. That's done. This is done. This is done. This is done. Items. Items are busted. So that's the last thing we need to fix. And hands, maybe. I don't know about that. We should probably slow down workers so we can actually see what's going on. They look like they're holding items just fine there. When they're moving up, they probably won't look fine anymore. How do we test this? We do this, and then we just grant some armors and look at them. Oh, no, it's going to put them in there, though. Darn it, I didn't mean to do that. All right, let's make them move slower so I can actually tell what's going on. Where do we do that? Nav speed component? Or possibly in worker? Nav speed. Where do we add this? Based already? Oh, walking entity has it, yeah. Nav speed component, here it is. Okay, so the walk speed we're going to set to be 1. So they're always going to move painfully slowly. But that way I can actually see what's going on. Okay, so we should see, yeah. The dirt is made out of molasses, and it's actually waist deep. And even if we sped this up to 8 times, it looks like they're slipping on ice. Okay. So now we need workers and items. So we're going to grant some items. We're going to make a bunch of workers. They're going to probably not actually even make it to those items. Oh, they're stuck in the collision box now. Oh, darn it. Oh, no, they're not stuck. They're just incredibly slow. Wow. So they're not going to actually reach any of the items. Okay, well, have some time to walk around and now grant some items. All right, there we go. So we got some items. Now, we got to look at the ones that are going upward, which is very hard to tell right now. But we need them to split out a little bit. I want these to separate. I probably shouldn't have made so many. This is taking so long. I should have made their movement speed like 5. All right, there we go. So here they are moving up. And yeah, that's a problem. The item should show... The item in the hand should show beneath the skeleton in this case. Now we had some special code for that. Here, we would set the sprite to be higher. And it would obscure everything else. We can't do that though. Yeah, we can't do that anymore. So what we would have to do is change the y coordinate of these things, or make like a special case for when they're moving upward. We have a scene like this. It's a worker, and then yeah, so it's a worker has their sprite, the skeleton, then the hands, and then the item would show, I don't actually know where. Pick up item. Where do they actually add the item? Add a held item component, and that adds it directly to the entity. So it's going to be at, where'd that text file go? Here. It's going to be here, item. So we have the sprite, we have the hand sprite, we have the item, and I don't know what's going on with these sprites right now. 0, 3, that's not good. 0. Just the function that calls replace. Regex is imported from a separate package. It only exports at regex. Yeah. It's a supply chain nightmare. So we add the item at the bottom. So how about this? Let's go instantiate a worker scene. So we'll make a new scene. It doesn't matter. We'll put in the worker, and then we'll add the item here. Item. And now we want this to look convincing. So we want the worker to show up on top of everything. And one way we could do that is just, that should have worked. Why didn't that work? Oh, because items are at 1. Yeah, okay. So that's one way we could do things. Their hands should be visible and aren't. Oh, there they are. But if we do this, now it's going to break the Y sorting. So we need to accomplish this without changing the Z index. So we could change the scene hierarchy, couldn't we? Yeah. So we set this back down to 0. We move the item up here. And then we move the hands. Imagine they're facing upward. Then their hands would not be showing at all. I guess we just hide them. No, their hands are probably visible, but only around the edge of their body. So we put it, how would this work? Your hands would be on top of the item. And then your work, oh, I can't move that. Darn it. I want to move this. Can we make local? Will that work? Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'll put this here. And then we make the sprite face upward. Okay, is that convincing? Turn off the collision shapes now. Editable children. Turn that off. Can you see the hands? Yeah, you can see the hands for sure. And yeah, that's convincing. So it goes item, hands, sprite. And then we're fine. Okay. Have you looked at canvas groups? I haven't used them in Godot. They look like sorting groups from Unity. It might decomplicate things if that's what you're wanting. We looked at them briefly. Let me see if they would help for something like this. Documentation. Merge several 2D nodes into a single draw operation. Child canvas item nodes of a canvas group are drawn as a single object. It allows to draw overlapping translucent 2D nodes without blending. Canvas group uses a custom shader to read from the back buffer. So I would put these into a canvas group, and then I guess I'd be changing the order of them anyway, right? Yeah. I don't think rendering them as a single item is super important, although maybe it is. But that sounds like something I would do after I've already sorted these things based on whether they're facing up or not. Yeah, it might help to put them into this afterward. Let me go take a look at this. Fix items being held. Make sure they work around trees and stuff. Okay, so the way we have it right now is there's worker, sprite, hands, item. When facing up, we want the scene to be whatever I have in here, which I think was item, hands, worker. Item, hands, worker, yeah. Item, hands, sprite. We may also want all of this in a canvas group to make them draw as a single node. All right, the problem is the worker doesn't actually know about the order of the item, and pickup item as a held item component, which just removes that specific thing. That should be fine. Items are positioned. Items have a z index of 1 though. We need to get rid of that. This is probably going to break how items fly to the chef and whatever. See how items fly to locations to any destination. Chef, extractor, item bin, item displays, garbage slime. Yeah, I'm probably going to break all that right now. But we turn this to 0, and then we rearrange the worker scene. Is this stuff in the worker scene, or is it somewhere else? That's the index code. No, it's not. It's in walk animation system. Well, only workers have a hand sprite. So I could just kind of hack this for right now. When holding an item, don't show the hands as part of the body. Yeah, I'll show them separately. Okay. Okay, so we got to arrange this whole thing, right? We just have the animated sprite and the hand sprite. This is all part of this thing. But we don't know about the item sprite. But we know that you're holding an item because we have this. And held item component has the item. What did I just do? I sorted all the lines in this file. That's a very funny way to code. Look at this. You want to make your code faster? Just sort all the lines. Now you get all your curly braces out of the way ahead of time. And you just got straight up logic down here. All right, so we need to know when they're facing up or when they're not facing up. And we need to check this here. So if asc.hands sprite is not null. Oh, we already have this down here. Oh, right, of course. Yeah. It's tomorrow the day. Tomorrow is the day. It is April Fool's Day. And I have a note on my list. Update April Fool's Day stuff. So I've shared this already. Tomorrow is not going to be a stream day. I'll share something in Discord. And I don't know when that's going to be. Like I'll probably wake up at like 7:30 my time, which is about 5 hours ago. So yeah, in about 19 hours, maybe expect a message. And as always, don't get your hopes up too much. And also, as always, I spent even more hours than last year somehow. Every year, I spend more hours on whatever stupid thing I do. All right, what was I doing here? Rearranging these things. So we need to move these all to a specific spot in the scene. Right now, underneath the sprite is where the hand sprite shows up, but it can show up now as a sibling here. And everything should still look the same. Yeah. I think putting this into a canvas group probably does make sense. Let's see what it looks like. It shouldn't be unusual, right? Can't operate on nodes. Oh yeah, we can't do that. Okay, never mind. We could make this not inherit from walking entity or whatever, but there'd be some oddities there. So let's keep it like this. And now let's get these in the right order. So if This is facing up. Where's the animation name? There it is. All right, so bool is facing up. If you're facing up, the worker itself should know this thing. We should just cast this thing to a worker and figure it out. Doesn't even know where its item is. It doesn't know where his hands are. We store all this in an animated sprite component. And where does that come from? Seriously? Huh. Walking entity shouldn't have it. Hey, Shez. Animated sprite component. It doesn't exist here. This is very strange. This means that every single walking entity has a hand sprite? No, it's potentially nullable. Okay, this is strange. But I see at least how this works. Also, before I forget, let's set this to 5 because that was way too slow. All right, well, we can fetch these from the animated sprite component. We know this thing is going to exist. We can't get the item from there, but we can figure it out. And then we want a way of rearranging these things, and I don't want it to be literally every single frame that this character is walking. It's only when they change directions. So something would need to know what the last direction is that it was walking in, but actually what its last animation was. And we can just check based on which animation we're going to use. Where does that exist? That doesn't exist here. Was that in the nav system? Animated sprite, set facing direction. Here it is. So we need to know that it changed. Okay. Let's try something out then. Just change direction. So if that is not the same, I mean, I was just going to do it this way. Why did that? What is going on with the tabbing here? There we go. Yeah. So I was just going to do this. But yeah, I guess it's pretty much the same to just return here, not do anything. Or just set them both in this. Doesn't matter. All right. So that's just change direction being set to true. Then inside of here, we'll see if we did just change directions. And then we set this thing to set it to false. Good. And then see what the current direction is that we're facing and then set these things correctly. So if is facing up, we need to get the item frame as well. We need to know that you're holding an item. If you're not holding an item, do we need to do anything? I'm not sure. But what is that? It's an item. We have no way of... Oh, it's public. And we know that it's been added to the entity already. Okay, that's convenient. So item, held item. It should already know how to do this. It does. Good. But this is potentially null. No, it's not. It's only null if this component doesn't exist. Oh my god. So this, yeah, all right, let's do it this way. Get component or null. And it's this, otherwise, yeah, it's null. Great. Now we just move some things around. So how do we do this? We have an entity here. Yeah. Entity.move child. So we want to put these, I think, at the end of the scene tree for all of this. Is that correct or no? We only have a shadow. The shadow needs to remain at the beginning, because the shadow's always going to render beneath everything else. No, we don't even sort this. So it's only scene hierarchy. So yes, it needs to be at the beginning. Okay. Okay. Let me think about this. Move child has negative numbers allowed or no? Index. If it's negative, it's counted from the end of the list. Yeah. All right. So here's what we do. We move. What's the order we want? sprite hands item when they're facing, I mean, open VLC. Sprite hands item when they're facing down, and when they're facing up, it's item hands sprite. So item, but item has to actually exist. Held item is not null. I'm going to write this stupidly at first, then we're going to change this. So -1. And then hands, and then sprite. Yeah. And if they're not facing up, then we do it the other way around. So it goes sprite, hands, item. Yeah. Okay, let's try that. I don't know if this is going to work. And I'm going to clean up that code. Probably we're just going to make a list. And whatever happens to exist in the list, we'll just set, we'll call move child correctly. All right, so how do we get this to work? We make a bunch of things. We make a bunch of those. We have them pick up the items. We probably speed this up a bit. All right, check it out. So now the item is rendering beneath this character, and we're going to wait for this character to turn around, which could happen at any point. Oh, the turning left works as well. Nice, it worked. Yes, now I want them to move up again. Just watch that little guy. They're going to eventually move up. Wait for it. What you see will shock you. Come on. You got to go up eventually. You're running out of space. Okay, okay, I see. I see what you're trying to do. Nice, yeah, it worked. Wow, neat. Neat. This has been crazy. It's been absolutely crazy. All right, so we know they changed direction. So let's get a list of any renderable, I guess a canvas item. And say, what do we call this? Sprites in order. Set it like this. And if the held item is not null, we want to add the held item. Otherwise, we want to add, does it know how to do this? Yeah. Can you add two things at once? I guess you can. You can do like add range or something. And then do this, comma, ASC.animated sprite. I think that's what we want. And then over here, we want it in the other order. So it goes animated sprite, hands, and then the held item. And then at the end of all of this, we iterate over for, actually, wait, how do I want to do this? I'm gonna call move child -1. Yeah, so we can just do sprites in order dot. I always forget what map is in C#. I'm just gonna look this up because I forgot. Link equivalent of map. Select. So select. This is going to be canvas item. And we're going to do this on entity move child, the canvas item to -1. Canvas does not contain a definition. Just import link. Type arguments cannot be inferred from the usage. Canvas item, canvas item. Is that not working? Type argument can still not be inferred. Is it because move child has a return value? Can select do that? I think it's got to return something. Out of curiosity, if we had this return something, return 1, would that fix the issue? Select but does not use the value. Result in a conditional, etc. Yeah, so is there not just like a for each I can do on this? Yeah. Oh, there is a for each? Oh, look at that. Nice. Yeah, okay. All right, is there any way we can simplify this now? I guess we could just reverse the list. Yeah, I don't need to do this. We just always add them in one order and reverse the list if they're not facing in that direction. What's the less likely scenario that we're facing up? So when we're facing up, we should reverse the list. So only a quarter of the time we actually have to incur that cost. Not that this is going to be crazy. But sprites in order dot reverse. Cool. Is that void or does it return a new thing? No, it's void. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's a little bit cleaner, I think. And even this we don't need here. We can just do that. All right, not bad. Oh, we got to fix up the comments for this stuff now. Yeah, let's just do that now. No reason to wait on that. When holding an item, don't show hands as part of the body. So we have two sets of animations based on whether we're holding an item. And need to pick the right one. Or so we need to pick the right one. Yeah. Okay, great. And then what do we have here? Hand sprite visible. So anytime we change directions, we may have to change the render order of sprites. Facing up is item hand sprite. Render the item first, then the hands, then the sprite. Facing any other direction, render the sprite first, then the hands and the item. Yeah. Yeah, cool. And we can delete this because we don't use this for anything else. Held item is not null. Add the held item. We do this in two different places now, right? Yeah, we check this up here. We shouldn't do things that way. We should do this here. Wait, do we even use is holding item? We do. That's fine. This can just be held item is not null. And then we don't need this here anymore. And then this could have just been if is holding item. Then this is not null at this point. We know that for a fact. All right. Cool. Okay, so here is my biggest fear that we're finally confronting here. Do all of these other things just look good? Because the odds of them looking good are next to 0. And I'm not sure what it's going to take to make them look good. So let's cross our fingers and try some things out here. So what happens when you click a carrot? All right, it's flying super fast, so it's kind of hard to see, but it's going under the slime or under the terrain. I can't tell. Just make it take longer. I know we coded in a 1 point or a 0.6 F somewhere. Where is that? Should be on the crop somewhere. Huh. I don't know where that is. Farm, harvest, harvested crop, manually harvested. The town does this? Drop off item. Here it is. Oh, because we make items out of it. So this is just using the normal fly functions thing. Okay, then let's just set this to 5 seconds. Oh my god. Today has been something. All right, so does this look weird at any point in flight? Yes, it goes underneath the ground. That's just a touch weird. Yeah, I think it's also going underneath the NPC. Yeah, it is. All right, so it's going underneath the ground and the NPC. Why? What is that? It's an item. Item needs to be considered something that gets sorted. It's added as a child of the chef slime, so the chef slime needs Y sorting on, which might break something else on it. Let's turn this on. And then we need to fix the ground in the farm. Whatever this stuff is. What is that stuff? Grass. Grass should be -1. Path is fine. Decorations should probably be -1. No, then they show beneath the ground. Wait, no. What I'm doing is stupid. Yeah. What I'm doing is stupid. We should just set the Z index of this item to 1. It should show on top of everything. Yeah. That's what Kevin just said too. I always wonder, am I somehow reading this and I don't realize that I'm reading it? Or Kevin and I just attuned to the solutions that we're supposed to come up with here? Setting whatever I just did to -1, by the way, is totally fine. As long as nothing shows on top of it, which I don't think it does. But yeah, I think that whenever we fly an item somewhere, we should just set its Z index. Item.z_index equals 1. Flying items should show on top of everything. Hey, by the way, if anyone likes to look at this game and is like, this will probably be fun, I should play this game, then boy, do I have a link for you. It's a Steam link. And there are things you should click on that page. Wow, look at that. Look at that. It's perfect. Whether we should restore the Z index afterward. Yeah, I think we'll do it on a case-by-case basis. We'll probably see what this looks like. Let's add in all the other crops so I can see if this looks good with all of them. I mean, I don't know why it would look bad with the other ones, but you never know. Yeah, it looks like it's all fine. Thanks, Digit. Also, I don't know if I said hi to Toulouse earlier. I thought it. So Toulouse, if you're still watching and I didn't say hi to you, then hi. I tuned into your stream for a very tiny amount of time yesterday and saw you. I don't know if Toulouse is even listening. I saw Toulouse attack. Okay, yeah, and hi. I saw you attack some like Lich King thing, and I was like, huh, it's doing 6 damage per time, and I figured out how many attacks you'd have to do. I'm like, is he really gonna sit here and do all those attacks? And you did. And I'm like, he better get some like crazy loot out of this. And I think something dropped, but I couldn't tell. Twilight Forest? I have no idea what we're talking about. Is this the name of a mod? He was playing some mod pack. Twilight Forest. Yeah, I don't know. Is the name of a mod though? Yeah, okay, so all this looks fine. And presumably everything's gonna look fine now. So let's try this out. We drag an item down to here. Oh, I can't drag an item because I'm dragging a skeleton. The skeleton took the item. Wait, what? Both things were true? Oh, no, the skeleton's not holding it. It's only me clicking it. It just looks like the skeleton's holding it. Yeah, this looks fine. And workers show up behind it. Yeah. Nice. Okay, yeah. Wow. think it was the added king at the end. It was inside of a boat. But I did not follow the origin of this lich. Okay. I don't even know how I'm feeling right now. Like, mildly proud, mildly frustrated, mildly hungry. All right, so what have we modified like everything at this point? Is there anything that looks bad in the game now in terms of Z index? No, we didn't try with fish. How do we test with fish easily? I guess let's add the max fish. Excuse me. Oh, let's go battle in the pond. All right, so when they kill a fish, it should fly into the slime. Yeah. And I did not slow it down. So let's just look at it and see. Does it look like it's working pretty well? Yeah, it does. Also, doesn't that say items in fly functions? How could this possibly look good then? Oh, fish are the thing that have the hard-coded 0.6? Fishing pond. Was it caught fish? Yeah, there it is. Add child. So is this thing... yeah, this is what's hard-coded 0.6. Is this thing just a higher z-index too? Caught fish. It's probably like 6 or something. Yeah, it's 6. We set this to 1. Essentially traps them. Was it intentional that they let you do that? Write a document about z-index. Write notes on Y sorting. Do not skip these tasks today. I don't mind if I skip them right now, but I'm not going to skip them today. I need to do them. We also need to do a check of all other z-index things we ever touch. So let's search for that. That's strange. You can set the z-index on a tile? And we do that for 3 tiles? Usually not intentional. I wonder if they're going to patch that out. Problem is, I don't know how to figure out what tiles these are. It's just 52:22. But in what... I'm guessing those are atlas coordinates. But what sprite sheet is this even in? Who knows? We got to scroll up forever. Yeah, I have no idea. All right, let's just see if we can find them. Because how many sprite sheets have a 52:22 in them? All right, it's in world. So if we go to environment and then click pretty much any of these things and then look at 52:22, how do we see coordinates? Ah, there we go. All right, so that's not it. So it's not in there. It's not in here, presumably. 52:22. It's not in here. Yeah, it doesn't go that far. So it must be in this one. 51:53. Why is it jumping? For this? Gravestones? So these have a special z-index set on them? Yeah, this is set to 2. And all of these are set to 2. But why? Where do we even use those gravestones? I think inside the instance, and that's it. Are there any tombstones on the map? I don't see any. I didn't even think to test instances, though. Dare we take a look? This is looking fine. We'd have to go to the crypt, I guess. Start battle. Yeah, this looks fine. I think we can keep this. I see why we did this. We're putting the tombstone above that character. So if I were to change this, I'm guessing it would show beneath that character. But this is the same thing we could use Y sorting for. Here's some time to look at it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I will try to take a look. I wanted to change the graphics for the slime and everything today too. All right, well, let's keep those how they are. Unfortunately, we can't put a comment there or anything. What else do we have here? New quest indicator. This shows at a z-index of 5. I think this only shows in one place in the entire game. Available. Oh, it's called new quest indicator. New quest indicator. NPC has it, but only the guild master gets it, and only in the very beginning of the game do we show it. And technically, as long as it's in the right spot in the scene, we shouldn't need anything special about it, right? Did I change something here? I don't think I changed something in the scene. I don't know why there's an asterisk up at the top. That always scares me. Because saving is going to do something, but what? So how about this? Let's stage all of our changes, and then let's save this and see what it did. And the answer is nothing. Okay, fine. What did I just say before that? Oh yeah, z-index of the available quest thing. NPC. If I just turn this on and it looks good, it should look good always, right? Probably. Yeah, let's set this down to a z-index of 0 and see if it looks good. So we go to the town, we turn off the tutorial, or turn on the tutorial. Turn off the code that turns off the tutorial. Two negatives make a positive. And then when we build the guild, we'll see an exclamation mark. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay. All right, we just got to keep searching through these. So let's not stop. How many more do we have? 20, 57? Kidding me? New quest indicator. This shouldn't be overridden here. Why is this overridden? Did I not save that? I saved it. What's going on? Available action indicator. What is this thing? Does anything use this? What is this? What? Why did we make a scene out of... Oh, new quest indicator isn't a scene. That's why. Okay, that's fine. Set this to 0. All right, floating text. This needs to show on top of stuff. And I guess 7 makes it on top of everything now. A lot of this other stuff is just instance stuff. I don't think I'm going to touch a lot of this. New quest indicator, that's unneeded. What about desired items? World objects. Why are these still at 5? That's not good. Wait, how does this even work then? Oh, what? World objects. It's not at 5. It's its own scene? Is this used anywhere? This must be used from environment? No, I don't think so. World objects. No, this isn't used. This is... We can delete this entirely. I'm guessing this was something old. I guess it'll just tell us, actually. If I just click show in file system and try to delete it, it'll tell us that it's being used. Files to be deleted, remove. Oh, yeah, it's gone. Okay, well, that answers that question. What else? There's still a z-index of 5 here, though. Map filled trees. Only used to fill a land with a single tile and to calculate the bounds. Don't draw terrain on this layer unless you have to define a filler sprite for some region. Do we use that? We do, but we're rendering this at a z-index of 5. I don't think we need that. I think rendering at a z-index of 1 should be fine. Yeah, I think we can do that. All right, Apple's spawners are spawned at some weird thing. Hey, Anonymous. Welcome into the stream. Do they still look okay? They do. Some of these, what I'm concerned with is right now I have all of the context of changing Z indexes. And yet there's like 50 more instances of these. And some of them probably could be changed. Should they all be changed? Like all the instance stuff could be changed. Clean up Z indexes in instances. Instances are less of a problem, I think. Because the only y coordinates that can ever change, the only y coordinates that can change are of projectiles. I guess the existence of a battler might count. For the tombstones in the crypt. Okay, I don't think we'll do anything about the instances. Let's close out of the instances for now then, and let's see what's... Oh, wait, that was a fishing one. Yeah, that counts. Okay. Inferno, jungle, waterways. What's this stuff? Characters. In the adventures panel. And the panel tooltip. The panel tooltip having a z-index might make sense, but I wonder why this has a z-index. Either way, it's a UI thing. I'm less concerned about that. Yeah, Boof. I think that's generally a good idea. We just didn't have that at the beginning, and then adding it would have been difficult. But we've changed a lot of how we're doing things anyway, such that I don't think using z-index is a good idea for our project in a lot of cases. What's this one? Enchant details? Does that mean it's showing on top of the game menu? Oh, what happened here? Oh my god, I'm in the tutorial. I'm like, why is there nothing in the game? Oh, thank goodness. I thought I broke the z-index of everything and everything was just hidden. Enchant details is a z-index of 10. I don't even know what enchant details is. Is it a... Enchant details? Panel, margin, title, enchants. This is a test. What? I don't think anything uses this. Yeah, I think this is baloney. Huh. Surprised this exists. All right, delete this. I'm surprised searching for z-index is what found this stuff. All right. Some of these other ones I think are, I'm probably just going to leave for right now. What has item bin doing? Item bin has a z-index of 3. That sounds like a bad idea. But did the tavern customize this to be 0 here anyway? It did. And that's the only item bin in the game as far as I know. Yep. Just in the tavern. Yep. Okay, cool. So then let's change it in the base scene itself to be 0. And then the tavern doesn't technically need to define it at all. Item bin. Yeah, delete that. Okay, what else? What else? What else? What else? Why is this -2? That seems like a problem. Should be higher up in the scene tree, right? Yeah, if all of this stuff is at -2, then we should really just put it at -1 and put it at the beginning of the scene. Map fill. And then set all of these to be -1. Ah, but that messes everything up. Because this doesn't have a z-index? Because we need to make this a node 2D? No, it's just broken. What happened here? I'm seeing the background on top of the trees somehow. I don't know how that's possible. They're both at the same Z index and there's no Y sorting enabled. What's causing that? Oh, because this is a control node. Oh my God. It's not what it should be. This should just be a sprite. I almost don't even want to change this right now. Yeah, this should have been a sprite. I mean, we could set this one to -2. That doesn't work. I'm going nuts. Yeah, this should be a sprite. I don't know how to easily change it and get the exact same dimensions, though. Can we figure out how big this is? Its size is like 15,000 by 11,000. What even is this? It's a gradient texture 1D, so it's just green. I don't know why we're seeing this stuff show up on top of it then. Oh, that's not the map filled background. Wait a second then, why is that showing up? Is this rendering in a different order from what I expect? Do we set this to -1 and then change these so that they're... Oh, it's relative. I mean, it's the same thing either way, I guess. We can set this back to 0. Z index 0. Is there a Z index relative for this? Yeah. Oh, these would have to be relative and be 0. Someday. All right, now does it look good? I think so. Yeah, I think so. All right, any others? This is pretty much all done. Apple spawner. What is Apple spawner setting something to 6 for? This is 6 and this is 2. The marker, if I'm not mistaken, is just for us and gets hidden immediately. Yeah, and this could have been done via hide. Okay, so the marker can be a 2. I don't care about that. But then this being at 6 seems strange. Couldn't it just be at 0? What would happen if we did that? Because this is going to be the Apple sprite. And if it were at 6, then items would go beneath it. Oh, I forgot to have that turned on. Let's turn all that stuff off. 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 Did that work? Yeah. Yeah, now they no longer show on top of trees. I'm guessing I can still click them. Yeah. All right, so how do we get them to show on top of trees? We'd add them to the tree itself. I think this should be part... There should just be like an apple tree somewhere probably. Because otherwise we need to spawn these at a higher Z index. But if we do put them at a higher Z index, if we put them even at 1, then items can show beneath them, right? So now the apple is showing up there. And we drag an item. Drag an item shows on top of it. It probably sets the... I guess it's fine. So you spray and setting scale. I assume either way would work. I think it worked fine. I thought that there might be a Z index that's controlled differently for control nodes, but I think it's all the same. Okay, I think this has to be 1. Does it make sense? Yeah, nothing can ever show in front of this, so I think it's okay. I guess we still run into these problems with like, there's still UIs and stuff that show up. I think it's fine. All right, so apple spawner is done. Fishing pond, fine. Battle nudge. Is this the thing with the arrow? Guild master, battle nudge. Yeah, this should show up on top of everything unless it's also showing on the game menu. I don't think that's a problem, but I don't know where this shows. What is the order of this? Oh, it doesn't matter, does it? Because it's inside of the UI layer. Yeah, I don't think it matters. Okay, that's fine. Quest progress, probably also fine. Shop, what is this? The roof, that's fine. This means that workers can never show up on top of the roof and can never show up on top of the sign. That's reasonable. Thought bubble, that's the only thing I think I haven't tested. And what is this? Player held item, that's fine. Yeah, it's the only thing I haven't tested is the thought bubbles. Okay, let's go test them. So we need a bunch of customers. We don't have enough money. Wait, did that just disappear? Oh, it did. It changes tabs. Oh, right, they're going to move super slowly. All right, there we go. So there's the item. It's showing on top of workers and probably on top of buildings and stuff too, but it's going to take them forever to get there. So let's go change nav speed component so that it doesn't do, or not nav speed component, I guess walking entity. I want them to move at a normal speed now. Did I delete a parenthesis? I did. What a day. What a day. All right. So they should start to want some items. It might take a while. Do I need to actually find items? I don't think so. We're just waiting to see a thought bubble show up. There it is. Okay, now does this look good compared to everything else in the game? Showing up on top of trees. I think that's what you would expect. Because I don't think anything should show on top of the thought bubble. I guess the roof might conflict with it. Can I see one of these characters walk near a roof? You there. They're not going to walk close enough. They're so close. Does the held item show on top of the bubble? Yes. Will you walk near that roof? Oh, come on. You're so close. Oh, man. All right. You know what we should do? We should just make every customer want a specific item. Oh, they're going to actually go buy that. Drat. Okay, yeah. Let's just make every customer want an item. Desired item. Where's that happen? We set this somewhere. Reset desired item. Consider buying. Here it is. Wait, no, that's not it. Aha. So this is seek specific item. What puts you in this state? Any performance issues? Not really, no. Here it is. Okay, so we're just going to make this be true. Or that. So now it'll always be true. So there's a 10% chance to wander around and a 90% chance to want a specific item. And I think all customers but 2 can want something. So we should see, how many customers do we have? We should see like 8 customers with thought bubbles. There's at least 1. The other one should all be over here, yeah. I just want to see how it interacts with the roof. It went over the poles. I think that's fine. Because the skeleton doesn't go over the poles. Oh, they can. So I need to see them actually go behind the building. Oh, they're gonna, nope, they're not gonna do it. Come on. Turn left. All right, we'll just build more. Someone's gonna eventually walk over there. Aha, there we go. So it shows on top of the roof. I think that's good. So the other question is, do we even like how they render when they're behind a tree? So like here, not there. There. Yeah, so the adventure, that's not a good idea. Hang on. I need a better picture of this. Maybe that. Yeah, so is this expected? The thought bubble is on top of the tree. The adventure is behind it. The adventure being behind it is definitely expected. But should the thought bubble be treated as part of the adventure so it shows up behind the tree? We could do that. I don't think I care. I think this is looking fine. If I'm questioning it, then it's not like it's breaking my immersion somehow. Yeah, good. So any remaining ones here? No, I think that's it. So now I just got to clean up the commit and check in. Yeah. And then we can mark that this fixes this issue over here somewhere. Where's the where's the issue? Here it is. All right, so we're gonna write this down for this where I left off. Finish my commit, mark that it fixes this issue, then finish the PR, then finish all PRs. No, actually finish writing notes about Z-index. Yeah, finish the PR, finish all PRs. All right. Yeah, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours now, and I haven't gotten food, and I really need to eat. Today did not go at all how I planned, but one of the tenets that I have, and I look at these every single Monday, is the bricklaying philosophy of I'm just making a brick wall here. It doesn't matter which bricks I put down in which order necessarily. And I'm just, each brick is another step toward building that wall. So this needed to happen eventually. It happened today. It's done, or like done enough. We're about to commit later. It's going to take another 10 minutes or something. And then we can move on to some of the other stuff. Now, some of the other stuff is pretty interesting because we have these new graphics. So we've got the chef slime. Looks cool. And we have the zombie with a crown. So when you have the zombie leader ability, they put robes on them too. All right, so they look like a very kingly zombie. These ones have more stats than the other ones, which is why they should look different. We have a new slime panel that we can use. We're probably gonna need different buttons as well. Oh, and we have the wisdom sludge icon, which looks like a brain. I like this a lot. I think he did a good job of that too. The shelving I'll need to try out before we just merge. So we've got a lot of stuff to do in the afternoon. We're probably not going to make it past this, and that's okay. As long as on Wednesday we make some more progress, because I do probably need to focus on getting this play testable by the weekend. Need to focus on the game becoming playable by the weekend. So maybe focus on, what was it? It's the loot rates. I guess just balancing, all right. Mostly how much stuff there is to do at any point. All right, I'm going to get going to lunch. I will come back in about 45 minutes or an hour, and I'll stream for another couple hours. It won't be too long, and it's going to be mostly boring work, to be honest. So I hope you've all enjoyed. If you haven't wishlisted the game, there's the link if you want to check it out. And I'll be back in 45 minutes to an hour. Thanks for watching, and see you later.